Chapter 897. Within the 10 heavenly paradises divine ring, the eternal light fused into Bayan's body, causing its life aura to continuously strengthen. It transformed from a spiritual body into a divine soul, and from the divine soul, a physical body was born. Zhou stared at Bayan without blinking. The light in his eyes was extremely frightening. He was carefully observing the process of Bayan's rebirth. He wanted to see through every detail of Bayan's transformation from nothingness to reality. There was no doubt that this was of great significance to Zhou. It could even be said that its influence was extremely far-reaching and immeasurable. The mysterious power of the eternal light and the Little Stone Emperor's secret technique of regenerating a physical body. Carefully observing the combination of the two and creating life from nothingness was equivalent to directly observing the most mysterious and unfathomable creation in the world, the process of creating life. Golden clouds dotted the sky, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Zhou saw that a Bayan embryo had already emerged from Bayan's divine soul. It exuded a strong life force, and its golden body was extremely dazzling. Zhou was still closely watching all the changes in front of him. His eyes were fixed on Bayan. Year after year, day after day, he watched it grow. He watched as its divine soul fused into its body bit by bit, and he watched as it developed from an embryo into a real life form. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another 2,000 years passed. Finally, the golden clouds that filled the sky dissipated. The enormous divine soul of Bayan also disappeared, and in its place was a little beast the size of a husky. It had the appearance of a golden lion, a pair of golden dragon horns on its head, and golden dragon scales. Bayan was finally completely reborn. It was no longer in its spiritual body state, nor was it in its soul state. Instead, it was a complete life form with a physical body. This is the profound meaning of life. A trace of joy appeared on Zhou face. In the past 1,000 years, Zhou harvest was too great. This was the most mysterious, profound meaning of life in the world. Comprehending this profound meaning could easily create and transform life. Speaking of which, the Holy Sun Emperor should also be able to reappear. After pondering for a while, Zhou finally looked at a golden formation diagram. This was an array diagram left behind by the Sun Saint Emperor in order to deal with the dark turmoil. Back then, he gave Zhou a total of 3 chances to use it before sealing it away. Of course, with Zhou ability, he could undo the seal placed by the Sun Saint Emperor at any time and use the diagram again. However, Zhou had never used this array diagram because he wanted to revive the Holy Sun Emperor. Previously, even if he had cultivated to the immortal king realm, he still wasn't confident. But now, after observing the birth process of Bayan, he was very confident in his heart. The remnant consciousness of the Saint Emperor of the Sun could be nurtured with eternal light, and the formation even hid the 3 remaining droplets of essence blood of the Saint Emperor of the Sun. It would save countless steps when nurturing the body. Zhou directly took out the 3 drops of Sun Saint Emperor's blood essence from the array diagram. In an instant, golden light soared into the sky like 3 golden suns. The terrifying Sun Saint force flowed in all directions, emitting powerful fluctuations. Then, Zhou directly shone the 3 drops of blood essence with the reincarnation mirror. Rumble! In an instant, heaven and earth shook violently. Dazzling golden light covered the sky and earth. A tall figure slowly walked out of the void. His body was dazzling with golden light, flowing with the radiance of the sun. It was the Sun Saint Emperor. He finally woke up. Has the dark turmoil descended again? The moment the Sun Saint Emperor appeared, he immediately looked at Zhou. He still remembered that his backup plan was left for this junior. Times have changed. Don't worry, Saint Emperor. The dark turmoil has been quelled long ago. The few remaining forbidden areas of the world have also been destroyed by me. There will be no more dark turmoil in the future. Zhou looked at the Sun Saint Emperor and said, "What? The Sun Saint Emperor's body trembled slightly, and the golden light in his eyes flickered. At this moment, he carefully looked at Zhou Tong, but he fell silent. This aura was too unfathomable. He could no longer understand it. What he said was indeed correct. Times had changed, and it had changed too quickly. Even the Sun Saint Emperor had a misconception. Was this really the original universe? Could it be the celestial realm? I don't know how many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect you to cultivate to such a level. Are there really immortals in this world? The Sun Saint Emperor was silent for a long time. After a long sigh, he said, "To be able to see a junior like you before I die, I can leave in peace." Zhou Tong shook his head. "Don't belittle yourself, Saint Emperor. I woke you up this time to resolve some of the regrets in your heart." "What regrets?" The Sun Saint Emperor was a little confused. "Of course, becoming an immortal," Zhou Tong said. "I'm already a dead man. The only reason I can revive now is because you've awakened a remnant consciousness that I forcefully left behind. This remnant consciousness of mine can only live for half a day at most. To be able to see you again, I'm already satisfied. Forget about becoming an immortal." The Sun Saint Emperor was a little speechless. Although he also yearned to become an immortal, he also knew that he was just a dead man. No matter how much he yearned for it, it was useless. "What if I'm confident in reviving you?" "What? How is that possible? Reviving the dead? You? Just what cultivation level have you cultivated to?" Zhou Tong's words greatly shocked the Sun Saint Emperor. The golden light around his body almost burst out uncontrollably. This sentence made him realize almost instantly that he might have underestimated Zhou Tong too much. Whether it's possible or not isn't just a saying. However, it's not easy to explain. "I came across something by chance. You'll know when you try it." Zhou Tong wasn't prepared to explain too much. He waved his hand and sent out a beam of eternal light. Wong. In that instant, the Sun Saint Emperor's remnant consciousness seemed to have been replenished. It quickly absorbed the eternal light and continued to multiply, grow stronger, and become complete. At the same time, the 3 drops of blood essence of the Sun Saint Emperor were also nourished and fused with his consciousness. Little by little, real flesh and blood began to be born as his consciousness and blood essence fused. Zhou Tong also took out a pill. This was the essence of the immortal peach that he'd refined before. He broke the pill with a finger. Suddenly, a rich vitality that couldn't be dispersed entered the Sun Saint Emperor's body. The great Tao of heaven and earth shook. Brilliant golden light covered the sky and earth. Terrifying Sun Saint power swept through the entire universe. This change instantly alarmed Yi Fan, the Lotus the Arch, and the others. Everyone looked in the direction of the divine realm. Golden light surged over there as if a sun had descended. This aura, the Sun Saint Emperor? Yi Fan immediately understood the source of this aura. He was a little confused. Why would the Sun Saint Emperor's aura appear there? They wanted to investigate, but they also knew that after Zhou Tong became an immortal king, the entire divine realm was different. Their divine senses couldn't really penetrate into the divine realm. The Sun Saint Emperor's aura? The person closest to Zhou Tong's resurrection of the Sun Saint Emperor was naturally Yen Ruyu. She immediately came to the side of the Tao platform that Zhou Tong had been sitting on. She immediately saw a dazzling ball of light. Yen Ruyu could clearly see that at the center of the ball of light was a dazzling ball of golden light. That was the blood of the arch. Judging from the aura, it was the Sun Saint Emperor's aura. At the same time, a tall and mighty figure slowly took shape. Like the sun, the aura surged over. Boom! The Sun Saint Emperor's resurrection instantly sensed the Z-Way galaxy. In the core of the Sun Saint sect, the Sun Saint Pagoda, a stone emperor's pagoda, suddenly released billions of rays of light. It instantly came to life and rushed out, turning into a beam of golden light and flying toward the divine realm. Chapter 898. I've been resurrected. After the Holy Sun Emperor fully appeared, he was also shocked. He raised his hands and looked at them. Young and powerful, this was clearly his peak state. Although he left behind 3 drops of essence blood, they were only left behind from his body after he died. If those 3 drops of essence blood were used as a guide to reconstruct his body, there was no doubt that the only thing that would appear would be an old body that was about to die of old age. But now there was no doubt that he was definitely in his peak state. How did you do it? The Holy Sun Emperor was a little confused. I just sensed some of the mysteries of life. It's not a big deal. Zhou Tong said casually. It's not a big deal. The Holy Sun Emperor was also a little speechless. This was resurrection, a remnant consciousness that couldn't even be considered a remnant soul, and 3 drops of essence blood from a dead person. Just like that, a person came back to life? This ability was a little too frightening. Resurrecting the dead. Yin Ryu came over at this time and also looked at the Holy Sun Emperor in shock. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, actually, it's not really considered resurrecting the dead, because as long as there's a remnant consciousness, it's not really dead. There's still a chance to save it. However, if you want to see, I can do it again. As Zhou Tong spoke, he took out a blood pagoda. This was the blood pagoda that Amitabha the Great had used to imprison the lunar human emperor's divine obsession. Crack! He crushed the blood pagoda and released the lunar human emperor's divine obsession. In an instant, a terrifying aura filled the air. A black figure appeared in front of the 3 of them. Demonic chi filled the sky. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body. There was an extremely terrifying and evil feeling about him. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even a supreme saint, they would be unable to help but tremble. However, the 3 of them here were Zhou Tong, Yin Ryu, and the Holy Sun Emperor. This aura, lunar human emperor? Yin Ryu was also shocked. Could it be that besides the Holy Sun Emperor, the lunar human emperor could also be resurrected today and reappear in the universe? Lunar? The Holy Sun Emperor was a little confused. The Holy Sun Emperor didn't know the lunar human emperor because the latter was an ancient emperor who had attained Tao after him. Yin Ryu then briefly explained to the Sun Saint Emperor about the Taiyin human sovereign. Awaken, lunar human sovereign. Zhou Tong casually shot a stream of light at the god obsession. Buzz! In an instant, the gray fog filled the sky, and a supreme aura burst out from the divine obsession. The black cloak flew up, revealing a pale face. Then, rays of black light bloomed from his body, evaporating the gray mist on his body. This was the Taiyin Saint power. With the appearance of the Moon Saint power, the figure of the god's obsession became blurry and even disappeared. On the other side, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. This aura was too powerful. It was simply as if it wanted to pierce through the past, present, and future and sweep through the world. The blurry figure of the divine consciousness disappeared, and soon after, a majestic and imposing body replaced it. His eyes were filled with disdain, and his charm was peerless. His eyes flowed with the power of the ages. In the entire divine realm, everyone was trembling. Almost everyone was kneeling down, except for the 3 people closest to the human sovereign. Something happened on the path to immortality. I have regrets, and my obsession has not dissipated. The Taiyin human sovereign sighed softly, but soon he turned his eyes and looked at Yin Ryu. Empress of the current era, are you the one who woke me up? Yin Ryu shook her head. Then, the Taiyin human sovereign looked at the Sun Saint Emperor. He was shocked. You're not dead? The human sovereign of the previous generation thought that he was dead. However, after he died, he saw him standing in front of his remnant consciousness alive. No words could describe how the Taiyin human sovereign felt at that moment. It was as if he had seen a ghost, although he was the real ghost now. I died, but I came back to life. The Sun Saint Emperor was expressionless. Came back to life? The Taiyin human sovereign gasped. No words could describe the shock in his heart. After the remnant consciousness came back to life, the Taiyin human sovereign was a little confused. He felt that he could no longer understand this world. Since when could the dead come back to life? If it was so easy to come back to life, Then what was the immortal ascension that he pursued all his life? What was it? What do you think is an immortal? At this moment, Zhou Tong asked. At this moment, the Taiyan human sovereign turned his head and looked at Zhou Tong. At this moment, he was sure that the person who woke him up was the person in front of him. Immortality means immortality. The Taiyan human sovereign said immediately. From a certain point of view, your words are correct. Zhou Tong nodded. Only after becoming an immortal would one be qualified to live forever. If one was only a human sovereign, even if one was in the immortal realms and had sufficient materials for immortality, one wouldn't be able to live forever. One would only have a lifespan of a few million years. However, do you know that even if you go to the immortal realms, you won't be able to live forever? Zhou Tong continued to ask. Legend has it that in the immortal ancient era, even a second-level immortal foundation could become an immortal. Why can't I become an immortal in the immortal realms? The Taiyan human sovereign asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, You know, that's just a legend. In the immortal ancient era, there were true immortals and even immortal kings. However, even at your peak, you were only a human sovereign and not an immortal. If we were to use the words of the immortal ancient era and the chaotic ancient era, the great emperors and ancient emperors were all at the peak of Tao, but not immortals. I see. Were we all wrong? The Taiyan human sovereign sighed deeply. The Taiyan human sovereign had no reason to doubt Zhou Tong's words. After all, he was an expert who could revive the dead. I can give you another chance to revive. Are you willing? Zhou Tong asked. The Taiyan human sovereign nodded slightly. In fact, from the previous conversation, he had a rough idea of what this person was thinking. Moreover, the Taiyan human sovereign naturally didn't want to die. Otherwise, why would he have gone to the road of immortality? Watch carefully. Zhou Tong sent a ray of eternal light into the Taiyan human sovereign's body. In an instant, a terrifying soul power surged out. The remnant consciousness of the Taiyan human sovereign was recovering rapidly and was moving towards perfection. In an instant, the great Tao of heaven and earth fell, and endless Taiyan holy power surged out. At the same time, Zhou Tong also used the essence of a peaches of immortality to send endless vitality and medicinal effects into the Taiyan human sovereign's body at the same time. Eternal light. So this item can revive the primordial spirit? And that's the essence of the peaches of immortality? Yen Ryu saw through what Zhou Tong took out at a glance. However, he didn't know much about this method. I see. So this is how I was revived. The Sun Saint Emperor also understood something at this moment. In a short while, the Taiyan human sovereign soul was completely perfected. Moreover, his body began to nurture vitality again, and a real body was about to be born. He didn't use the Little Rock Emperor's supreme, secret method of creating a physical body from his soul. This was because when one was as strong as the Taiyan human sovereign, as long as his primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, he could naturally create a Taiyan physical body. Only time could destroy him. Previously, he didn't use this method because it was creating something from nothing. Chapter 899. When the two Saint Emperors were revived at the same time, a terrifying wave of energy spread throughout the universe. The Saint Emperor's power of the sun and Saint Emperor's power shook the starry sky like waves. Everyone in the universe was terrified, but their hearts were also filled with shock. The Celestial Emperor is invincible. He can even revive the dead. Countless people exclaimed. After hearing this news, Yi Fan and the Lotus Emperor came to the divine realm. Firstly, they wanted to see the two human emperors who had been revived. Secondly, they wanted Zhou Tong to help them revive their loved ones. Yi Fan wanted to revive his parents, while the Lotus Emperor wanted to revive his son. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, The Saint Emperor and the Saint Emperor can only be revived because there is still a trace of their soul in this world. Yi Fan and the Lotus Emperor fell silent. In the end, they left the divine realm in disappointment. After Yi Fan and the Lotus Emperor left, Yen Ryu asked the Saint Emperor of the Sun and the Lunar Human Emperor, What do you plan to do next? What do we do? The Saint Emperor of the Sun and the Lunar Human Emperor fell silent at the same time. The Saint Emperor of the Sun was still fine, as he still had the Sun sect in the Ziwei galaxy, which was a sect controlled by his descendants. However, the Taiyan human sovereign was helpless, as his Taiyan divine sect had been wiped out and all his descendants were dead. Actually, I have a plan. I wonder if the two of you are willing to participate. Zhou Tong said after pondering for a while. I'd like to hear the details, the Saint Emperor of the Sun said. The lunar human emperor nodded and listened attentively. As far as I know, our world was extremely prosperous during the immortal ancient era. However, during the war with another world at the end of the immortal ancient era, this world was destroyed. Zhou Tong decided to tell the two human emperors some secrets about the immortal ancient era and the chaotic era. Is that why we can't become immortals? The lunar human emperor's eyes narrowed. No, that's only part of the reason. Zhou Tong shook his head. This world was destroyed, not because there was a loophole in the world, but because the laws of heaven and earth in this world were incomplete. Therefore, for a long time after the chaotic era, the laws of heaven and earth were incomplete. All cultivators' foundations were flawed, so they couldn't become immortals. Flawed foundations? Will it be the same for us? The Saint Emperor of the Sun was a little anxious. This was something that concerned their future. In the first half of the chaotic antiquity era, there were flaws. Later, Heavenly Emperor Huang made up for it. Heavenly Emperor Huang killed many true immortals from the immortal realm and the other worlds that had crippled our world. He used the laws in their bodies to make up for the great Tao laws of this world. Therefore, there is no problem with our foundation. The most obvious one is the heaven's heart imprint. If the laws of heaven and earth were flawed, it would be impossible for something like the heaven's core imprint to appear. The reason why it is difficult for us to become immortals in this world is not because of the laws of heaven and earth, but because of the essence of heaven and earth. Zhou Tong continued. Not long after the heavenly emperor of the immortal ancient era fixed the laws of heaven and earth, there was another great calamity. The other world invaded again, and the immortal realm took advantage of the situation. They took away most of the world's origin to strengthen the immortal realm. Immortal realm, the Saint Emperor of the Sun and the lunar human emperor had a bad feeling. The immortal realm had such a dishonorable method. Taking away most of a world's origin was equivalent to severing the world's foundation, the foundation of all cultivators in the world. Is this why the immortal realm is so strong? Are there many worlds like ours that are treated like this by the immortal realm? The Saint Emperor of the Sun frowned, confused. Zhou Tong nodded. That's right. The immortal realm is like this. It keeps stealing the origin of other worlds and even swallows them. That's why the immortal realm is so strong. At its peak, the immortal realm was at least hundreds of times bigger than our world, and its origin was thousands of times bigger. At its peak, the immortal realm was terrifyingly strong, but now it had fallen apart. Even 1% of its fragments was far bigger than the shrouded sky world. Are you telling us this to cut off our desire to go to the immortal realm? The lunar human emperor asked. You can think of it that way. Of course, if you want to leave, I won't object. Zhou Tong said, but what I want to do is to restore this world to its peak and give it a chance to nurture true immortals again. More than half of its origin has been taken away by the immortal realm. How can you become an immortal? There's no longer an environment for immortal ascension in this world. The lunar human emperor shook his head, but he looked at Zhou Tong. But how did you become an immortal? Actually, you've all taken the wrong path. Becoming an immortal is not entering the immortal realm, but living one life after another. There will come a time when you will realize that time can no longer erode you. At that time, you'll be immortals. Zhou Tong answered, this is a different kind of path to immortality. Without going through immortal ascension tribulations, one becomes an immortal in the secular world. But it's still too difficult to become an immortal in the secular world. So, I want to raise the origin of this world and let the immortal ascension tribulation once again descend upon this world. Zhou Tong said what he wanted to do without any scruples. For a moment, Both the lunar and solar human emperors were shocked by Zhou Tong's boldness. He'd never thought of going to the immortal realm. What he wanted to do was to create a brand new immortal realm. He wanted to raise the state of his world directly to that of the immortal realm. Fellow Taoist, I'm not as talented as you, the lunar human emperor said with a sigh after pondering for a long time. Do you need any help with this? I'm willing to help. The solar saint emperor also spoke, his voice resolute. As a saint emperor who'd risked his life to protect all living beings, the solar saint emperor was duty-bound to do something that would benefit the world and the people. This matter isn't difficult, but it isn't simple either. As long as the two of you can cultivate to my level, it'll be the best help for this matter. As Zhou Tong spoke, he took out a scripture and handed it to the two human emperors. This was a scripture that he'd summarized and written for various immortality methods. He hoped that the two human emperors could also reach the immortal king realm. The simplest and most direct way to raise the level of a great world was to let this great world continue to produce immortal kings. In fact, the probability of Yi Fan and the others becoming immortal kings was obviously higher than that of the solar and lunar human emperors. However, Zhou Tong wasn't sure if Yi Fan was willing to stay in this world. After all, Zhou Tong himself also wanted to go out and have some fun. For a great world, immortal kings who were truly willing to protect it with their lives were the rarest. This was because cultivating to the immortal king realm was almost indestructible. Who would be willing to use their lives to bind the world? People like Heavenly Emperor Huang, who was willing to feed the world, were in the minority. However, the solar and lunar human emperors were such people who were willing to feed the world. They were Zhou Tong's chosen guardians. Chapter 900. The Taiyin human emperor and Taiyang saint emperor quickly left the divine realm with Zhou Tong's scripture. Both of them returned to the Ziwei star zone, their home. You really don't want to go to the celestial realm to take a look? Yen Ryu asked after the two saint emperors left. Of course I'll go to the celestial realm. However, I still have to take care of this world. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, I have to make some arrangements to prevent any unforeseen events from happening to this world in the future. In the original work, Yi Fan had basically abandoned this world. Whether it was Yi Fan, Emperor Ruthless, or Emperor Wu Shi, they did not have enough time to study the immortality technique. They had all consumed the immortal divine medicine in one of their lives. When Yi Fan went to the celestial realm, he took away all the immortal divine medicine in the entire world. This directly reduced the amount of time that the later emperors had to study the immortality technique and walk the path of mortal immortality. Originally, the path of mortal immortality was the extreme long jump in every life. However, Yi Fan and the others had taken away one of the steps. It could be said that this change almost made it impossible for people like them to appear in the future. After he left this world, he never came back. Therefore, this world in the future was completely reduced to an unknown immortal emperor's experiment ground. It was constantly reincarnated. Zhou Tong did not want such a thing to happen in the future. Therefore, he had to make some arrangements. Although the Taiyin and Taiyang saints would definitely not be able to stop that unknown immortal emperor once he made a move, the stronger this world was, the more energy the immortal emperor would have to expend. It would be even more difficult to silently complete such a reincarnation arrangement. However, there's still one thing missing before this world can truly mature. That's the world tree. Zhou Tong looked around and directly looked at the world tree inside his 10 heavenly rings. The world tree was very difficult to cultivate. The world tree in Zhou Tong's hands was also a degenerated world tree. Therefore, it was much easier to cultivate it. However, a real world tree usually needed to grow naturally and transform bit by bit. Aside from a natural transformation, the easiest way to cultivate a new world tree was to find a real world tree and use it as a guide to cultivate a child body bit by bit. In fact, this was how the so-called Tao, fusing immortal seed world tree, sapling, was cultivated. Because this cultivation method involved this realm's most fundamental world tree. Even at the peak of the immortal realm, the world tree sapling was a top-notch Tao integration seed. It was impossible for someone without a strong background to obtain it. In fact, this was how 10 Crown Kings' world tree was nurtured during the ancient chaos era. In immortal ancient era, the 9 heavens 10 earth's immortal kings used this world's world tree as a guide, nurturing a world tree sapling. In the end, it was obtained by 10 Crown King. Zhou was currently doing this. He was currently cultivating a child body of the world tree using a secret technique. However, the world tree he was nurturing was not to be a Tao integration immortal seed or a weapon. Instead, he was nurturing a world tree for the outside world. A seed could be seen growing within the world tree. This seed was absorbing some nomological information from the world tree and was slowly growing. If I'm not wrong, this seed will need at least 100,000 years or even 200,000 years to fully mature, Zhou thought to himself. However, I don't lack time now. I can afford to wait. A world tree sapling could only be nurtured after 100,000 years. One could imagine how precious this thing was. Moreover, the world tree could not be continuously nurtured. After nurturing a child body from the main body of the world tree, the main body of the world tree would need at least 1,000,000 years before it could be nurtured again. Otherwise, the world tree would be damaged. I wonder what kind of world tree the Azure Thearka's inner world gave birth to. Could it be a lotus as well? Zhou thought to himself. At the same time, he looked towards Prince Tian. As the test subject of the new system, Prince Tian also had a quasi-world tree in his body. However, Prince Tian was still too weak. That world tree would remain quasi-world for a very long time. Actually, it's not like there's no way for Prince Tian to become the second immortal king. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Zhou mind. Perhaps there was a way for Prince Tian to become an immortal king in a short period of time. Although Prince Tian was just a test subject, he was still an existence that had transcended the Dharma creation tribulation. Furthermore, his Dharma creation tribulation was second only to Zhou. It was even stronger than the Azure Thearka's tribulation. Furthermore, he had a quasi-world tree in his body. With such good conditions, if he was given a little push from behind, it might really work. However, as for how to push him, I'll need to finalize it properly. Zhou did not immediately think of a way to push him. The simplest method was actually just like how heavenly Thar Chuang repaired the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He would directly kill a group of true immortals or quasi-immortal kings and use their great Daos and origins to repair the world. However, although Prince Tian's inner world was a perfected great Tao, its origins were not that strong. Therefore, the number of true immortals or quasi-immortal kings that needed to be killed was probably a little more. Furthermore, there was a drawback to this method. That was, if there were too many world trees that were nurtured through killing, they would probably walk down the path of demons. This was not a method of the righteous path. However, the nurturing matter still needs to be discussed slowly. I'd better go get the Tao integration flower first. After pondering for a while, Zhou made up his mind. No matter what, if he wanted the world tree to integrate into this world, directly using the Tao integration flower as a guide was the easiest way. Although the world tree sapling had yet to take shape, it would not be wrong to obtain the Tao integration flower first. Zhou scanned with his powerful divine sense and quickly sensed the existence of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Immediately, his expression changed as he crossed the boundless star domain and descended on a barren planet. There was a 5-colored altar here, and beside the altar lay 9 huge pitch-black dragon bodies. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin needed energy to set off, and for this barren planet to accumulate enough energy for it to move, it would probably take tens of thousands of years. The ancient coffin was simple and unadorned, and it was unknown how many years it had experienced. Zhou descended on the coffin and sat quietly on the coffin. He listened attentively to the scriptures within the coffin, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Zhou had previously thought that he had thoroughly comprehended those hundreds of words of scripture, but now that he was listening again as a celestial king, he suddenly had a different feeling. On the surface, This scripture described the construction and deduction of the celestial realm. But now that he had carefully deduced it, he was shocked to discover that there was a deeper level of profoundness within. This kind of profoundness, reincarnation? Zhou Tong pondered for a while, and there was a vague feeling in his heart, but he also felt that something was not quite right. It was not a complete profoundness. If I want to comprehend the scripture left behind by Celestial Emperor Huang after he became a Celestial Emperor, I'm afraid that I'll have to become a quasi-celestial emperor to comprehend it to a deeper level. After sitting here cross-legged for a whole 3 years, Zhou Tong finally shook his head. Being able to comprehend a trace of the profoundness of reincarnation was already heaven-defying, but it was impossible for him to comprehend anything more. If I'm not strong enough, everything is useless. In the end, Zhou Tong gave up on comprehending these things and directly opened the innermost copper coffin. Instantly, chaotic energy surged, and celestial light overflowed. The innermost was a vast world, and celestial light flowed. There was an abundance of longevity materials, and it could be called a small celestial realm. However, Zhou Tong did not care too much about this world, because in terms of quality, this world was not as good as his 10 Heavens Divine Ring world. What he cared about was only the Tao integration flower inside. With a sweep of his divine sense, he directly took the Tao integration flower out, and then directly left the coffin of 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Chapter 901. After leaving the vicinity of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, Zhou Tong did not return to the divine realm directly. Instead, he wanted to go to another place. Boom! He casually punched out and directly broke through the barrier of the world. A huge passageway appeared in front of him. On the other side, a rain of light danced and rays of northern lights poured out from the other side, instantly illuminating a large part of the universe. What is at the celestial realm? Everyone in the universe focused their attention on Zhou Tong's shore. It's not the right time, it's not the right place. The gate of the celestial realm was actually blasted open by the celestial tyrant emperor. Someone exclaimed with a trace of fanaticism in his eyes. Many cultivators even wanted to fly in with Zhou Tong. However, Yi Fan, Emperor Qing, Tai Yin, and Tai Yong knew that Zhou Tong had only blasted open the crack world. Yi Fan and Emperor Qing were especially clear that Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the Undying Heavenly Emperor were probably there. Zhou Tong took a step forward and directly entered the crack world. Boom! However, as soon as he entered, he was immediately attacked. He saw a great emperor in an extremely domineering manner directly punching towards Zhou Tong. "Sigh, why are you courting death?" Zhou Tong sighed softly. However, with this sigh, without any signs of attack, the great emperor who attacked suddenly trembled all over. His entire body scattered with the wind like a sand sculpture. A sigh directly destroyed the body and soul of a great emperor. This was the power of an immortal king. Zhou Tong swept his gaze and grabbed the heavenly core mark of this world. In an instant, he understood the countless mysteries of this world. This world did not exist naturally. Instead, it was man-made and evolved into a world that evolved into the celestial realm. It could be foreseen that the person who first created this world must have also seen the scripture left behind by Emperor Huang, and he was at least an immortal king. This was because if it was a mortal immortal, it would be impossible for him to create such a huge world. Only an immortal king could do it, and he was definitely an expert among the immortal kings. It couldn't have been opened up by the butcher or the burial master, right? Zhou Tong seriously suspected that this world was created by butcher or burial master based on the scriptures left behind by Celestial Emperor Huang. Roar! Just as Zhou Tong was deep in thought, a wild roar rang out. An immortal phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. The immortal emperor had finally appeared, bringing countless experts with him as he charged towards Zhou Tong. "Tyrant Celestial Emperor, it's you. How dare you appear in front of me?" The immortal Sky Emperor recognized Zhou Tong and roared. Back then, It was Zhou Tong who took action and took advantage of his nirvana transformation to throw him into this crevice world. Back then, it was Zhou Tong who took action and suppressed and refined the undying heavenly blade that he had nurtured for countless years. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes turned red. The Immortal Sky Emperor roared and charged toward Zhou Tong. Immortal Sky Emperor? You still dare to cause trouble for me? Are you courting death? Zhou Tong casually grabbed, and a large hand grabbed the Immortal Sky Emperor. No matter how the Immortal Phoenix cried out, it was unable to break free. In an instant, the Immortal Sky Emperor was suppressed. The others were dumbfounded. The Immortal Sky Emperor was their leader, but in the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by this person with one hand. Just how strong was this person? Boom! Just as Zhou Tong suppressed the Immortal Sky Emperor, a monstrous wave spread out in all directions. Even the Emperor Realm experts who followed the Immortal Sky Emperor trembled. It was a stalwart figure. He had a heroic bearing, thick black hair, and a deep gaze. It was as if he could see through everything in the world. Every single move he made contained great boldness, causing the myriad of Daos in the world to wail before him, and his bearing was unparalleled in the world. Emperor No Beginning had finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, he saw the Immortal Sky Emperor suppressed by Zhou Tong with one hand. He could not help but be moved. My friend is amazing. The Immortal Sky Emperor was a supreme expert who had fought with him for most of his life. He was infinitely close to becoming immortal, but now he was suppressed by this person with one hand. It was terrifying. In Emperor No Beginning's opinion, even immortal should not have such combat strength. Could it be that this person had surpassed the immortal? Thinking of this, Emperor No Beginning looked at Zhou Tong in a different light. This person had only been born for a few years, but he had cultivated to such a level. It was too amazing. Brother No Beginning, we finally meet. Let's find a place to talk. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. After being in this world for so many years, this was the first time he had seen Emperor No Beginning. Very well. Emperor No Beginning nodded and led Zhou Tong to one of the palaces he lived in. Emperor No Beginning was not alone in this world. He had a large number of followers and subordinates. Naturally, he had a territory to fight against the Immortal Sky Emperor and a native who had joined forces with the Immortal Sky Emperor and was transforming into immortal. My friend, are you here to enter the immortal realm? However, to break through the barrier of the immortal realm, we need 3 mortal immortals to work together. I'm afraid we are not strong enough. Emperor No Beginning asked directly. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, It's not difficult to enter the immortal realm. I'm only here for the Immortal Sky Emperor. I'll let him stay here for so long. It's time to kill him. I see. Emperor No Beginning knew about the feud between Zhou Tong and the Immortal Sky Emperor. He nodded slightly. After that, Emperor No Beginning asked Zhou Tong about the situation in Shrouding Heaven Universe. Zhou Tong also told Emperor No Beginning some things he knew. However, when Emperor No Beginning heard that Zhou Tong had resurrected the Holy Sun Emperor and the Taiyin Human Emperor, his eyes lit up. My friend, you can resurrect the dead great emperors? At least a fragment of their consciousness still exists in this world. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Tong shook his head. The Holy Sun Emperor and the Taiyin Human Emperor can be resurrected because they still have divine obsessions in this world. If it's someone else, there's nothing I can do. Is that so? Emperor No Beginning's eyes dimmed. Zhou Tong knew that Emperor No Beginning wanted him to resurrect his parents. Unfortunately, neither the Holy Body nor the Western Emperor had any divine obsessions left in this world. Zhou Tong could do nothing. However, Zhou Tong quickly changed the topic and said, Since I've met you today, why don't we discuss the Tao? Emperor No Beginning had not yet become an immortal in this world. His Tao was far inferior to Zhou Tong's. However, Zhou Tong was very curious about his no beginning and no end. This was something that even the immortal king of no end in the immortal ancient era was obsessed with. It could even be said that no beginning and no end represented the immortal king of no end's path to becoming an immortal emperor. Strictly speaking, this was a path to becoming an immortal emperor. Zhou Tong could not underestimate it. Let's discuss the Tao. Emperor, no beginning nodded. Chapter 902. Zhou Tong had been drinking tea and discussing the Tao with Emperor No Beginning in the crevice world for more than half a year, and he had gained a lot. No beginning and no end was indeed the great Tao of time that even immortal king No End pursued all his life. It was exquisite beyond compare. If one's cultivation is not considered, Emperor No Beginning and No End's No Beginning and No End has already surpassed the Gue clan's precious skill. Zhou Tong only made a slight comparison in his heart and quickly came to a conclusion. However, this no beginning and no end seems to be somewhat similar to the combination of Yuan and Xian that I obtained in the Yang God world, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. The great Tao of Yuan was light and beginning, while the great Tao of Xian was darkness and end. Although beginning and end were not the core of their great Tao, from the perspective of no beginning and no end, they were indeed somewhat similar. No beginning turned all power into nothing and turned all momentum back to beginning. No end was the opposite of no beginning. It turned all power into nothing and turned all momentum back to end. These were two completely opposite concepts. No beginning and no end used nothing as the pivot to connect beginning and end. After beginning and end were combined, this profound meaning of time was completely elevated to a supreme, profound meaning. In terms of time, the combination of beginning and end was a complete river of time. This supreme, profound meaning produced by the combination of immortal king No End and emperor No Beginning's profound meaning is indeed terrifyingly powerful. The more Zhou Tong comprehended, the more he felt the power and terror of this great Tao. However, although the concept of this Tao is superior to the Gue clan's precious skill, why do I feel that the Gue clan's precious skill seems to be able to faintly suppress no beginning and no end? However, Zhou Tong also felt that if the Gue clan's precious skill was cultivated to the extreme, it seemed to be the nemesis of no beginning and no end. The Gue clan's left hand could cut through space, and their right hand could cut through time. As long as they cut through the connection between beginning and end, this secret technique would naturally be broken. However, speaking of which, Emperor No Beginning's connection between beginning and end was nothing, which was the void. Since it was the void, how could it be broken? Even if he used the method of breaking space, it would be useless because it could not break the void. In fact, the no beginning and no end move was basically unbreakable. There were very few methods in the world that could restrain this move. As expected of the ultimate grand Tao of time, Zhou Tong praised. Martial monarch Wu Shi, who was sitting opposite Zhou Tong, smiled and said, "Your path to becoming a battle immortal is an eye-opener for me too. In terms of Tao, the sacred battle emperor of the immemorial era is far inferior to you." After a round of mutual flattery, Zhou Tong asked, "Emperor, are you willing to return to your hometown to take a look?" "That's right." Emperor Wu Shi nodded after thinking for a while. Since the immortal Sky King was gone, and so many changes had taken place in his home universe, Emperor Wu Shi wanted to go back and take a look. Previously, he could not go back because he was tied down by the immortal Sky King. Furthermore, it was more difficult to return to the shrouded sky world from this world, so Emperor Wu Shi could not leave. However, things were different now that Zhou Tong was there. But before that, let me settle my grudge first. Emperor Wu Shi explained to Zhou Tong and then left. Going to kill that soy sauce immortal? No, it's not the right time. That guy is not a worldly immortal yet. Zhou Tong chuckled and sipped on his enlightenment tea. He sat there quietly and watched the show. Boom! Not long after Emperor Wu Shi left, an earth-shattering battle broke out. Emperor Wu Shi found another emperor who was about to become a worldly immortal and fought him directly. Suddenly, the entire world shook. Billions of bell waves rippled, and terrifying divine light swept across the universe. Emperor Wu Shi's grand Tao of time was shocking. His palm could reverse the flow of time and space. The other emperor, who was about to become a worldly immortal, was also extraordinary. He was skilled in the Tao of ice. Wherever his divine light passed, the world froze and everything became still. This battle was earth-shattering. The immortal Sky Emperor was suppressed by Zhou Tong, and Wu Shi the Great Emperor had nothing to worry about. He completely unleashed his combat strength. He was incomparably powerful. Even when facing a master of the same level, he still had a disdainful spirit. His attacks shook the past, present, and future. Boom! After over 1,000 moves, the battle came to an end with a loud bang. Emperor Wu Shi slammed his palm down and broke his opponent's bones and tendons. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Dong! At the same time, the bell of no beginning, which had become an immortal instrument, rang. This bell was like a death knell. The person's body broke inch by inch. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed under the influence of the bell waves. Emperor Wu Shi was extremely powerful. He ended the grudge of this world in one battle. That's enough. Let's go. Emperor Wu Shi looked at Zhou Tong and said. Zhou Tong nodded. He threw out a punch and once again punched through the realm wall, creating a massive passageway. Even a worldly immortal couldn't open this passage easily. It required the combined efforts of several worldly immortals. But now Zhou Tong had punched through it. Great Emperor No Beginning once again praised Zhou Tong's terrifying battle prowess. The passage appeared, and the two returned to Shrouded Sky Realm. Emperor Wu Shi's reappearance caused an uproar in the universe. Who was the peak at the end of the path to immortality? The Tao of No Beginning was nothing. This wasn't just a saying. Even though Zhou Tong had become an immortal king and the world had experienced a golden age, Emperor Wu Shi's grand Tao was still the most terrifying and powerful Tao in the world. The return of the boundless Great Emperor further proved his strength. It had been hundreds of thousands of years, but he was still alive and hadn't killed himself. In fact, ever since Zhou Tong had appeared out of nowhere, many cultivators in the universe had the most direct way to judge the strength of a great emperor. That was lifespan. Those who lived for a long time were definitely strong. Emperor Wu Shi had been alive for so long. Naturally, he was a peerless great emperor. Did Zhou Tong get Emperor Wu Shi out of the crevice world too? Emperor Qing glanced at Great Emperor Wu Shi, whose every move was echoed by tens of thousands of Taos. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to meditate on his great Tao. Emperor Wu Shi was brought back by Zhou Tong. What is he trying to do? Yi Fan was curious. Zhou Tong had been bringing back ancient great emperors and ancient emperors. He was either reviving them or bringing them back directly. What was he trying to do? Woof! Great Emperor! Naturally, the black dog was the most excited to see heavenly monarch Wu Shi reappear. He barked loudly, and the black dog flew toward heavenly monarch Wu Shi excitedly. The starry sky was in chaos, but Zhou Tong didn't care at all. He had once again left Shrouded Heaven World and went out to travel. His destination this time was the Immortal Region. Chapter 903. With cultivation reaching Zhou Tong's present realm, whatever realm wall could no longer stop him. Unless it was like the peak of the Immortal Domain, where the entire world was set up with Immortal King-level city walls and arrays to defend against external enemies. Zhou Tong's arrival in this world did not cause too much of commotion. It was as simple as visiting someone next door. Whoosh! As soon as he entered the Immortal Domain, a red stream of light flew by. A divine herb noticed Zhou Tong's sudden appearance and immediately fled. As expected of the Immortal Domain, I just came in and I can find a divine herb in a random place. Zhou Tong chuckled. At the same time, he looked around curiously. In front of him was a green mountain and clear water. Here, essence energy was dense. There was chaos essence surging and immortal energy blooming. The essence of heaven and earth was so dense that it turned into juice. In the distance, there was a large floating island floating in the air. There were people flying nearby. Obviously, this should be the residents of some sect or family. Oh, it's a sect. But they cultivate the chaotic ancient method? No, some of them cultivate the heaven-shrouding method. Just find a random sect, and they cultivate two cultivation systems at the same time. Zhou Tong's eyes swept over and was stunned. This sect actually cultivated two cultivation systems at the same time. But the highest cultivation level is only a great sage? Zhou Tong frowned, somewhat puzzled. The cultivation environment here was obviously many times better than the shrouding heaven world. Moreover, there were two cultivation methods that could be cultivated at the same time. But the strongest was only a great sage? Maybe my previous worries were not wrong. The immortal domain's attitude towards cultivation is too lazy. Zhou Tong looked carefully and was speechless, because he found that the people here had a sense of calmness. They were not anxious about cultivation at all. They did not think of ways to cultivate at all. Instead, they had an attitude of letting nature take its course. Living a long life without any life or death crisis is so comfortable. Zhou Tong also smiled. These cultivators, besides occasionally cultivating, spent most of their time enjoying life. When he had nothing to do, he would brew a cup of tea and talk about the Tao. He did not need to deliberately cultivate, nor did he need to deliberately go into seclusion. He could just let nature take its course and cultivate. Although their cultivation bases were not high, this kind of cultivation attitude allowed them to have an abnormally solid foundation, and they would not have to worry about going berserk. In this aspect, Shrouding Heaven World was far inferior. There were too many geniuses in Shrouded Heaven World who had gone berserk. Yifan's old sweetheart Qin Yao had died from going berserk. The Demon Emperor's lover had also died from going berserk. What was the reason for their Qigong deviation? Wasn't it because they were eager for quick success? If they also had such a casual attitude towards cultivation, would they have Qigong deviation? However, it's also a good opportunity to see if there are any good things in this immortal domain. At the same time, Zhou Tong's glabella shone, and a powerful divine sense instantly swept across the entire world. In an instant, the entire world's terrain and countless experts, and even some secret places appeared in Zhou Tong's mind, allowing him to have a new understanding of the entire immortal domain fragment. What a pity! There are no true immortals in this fragment. The strongest is only at the peak of the human Tao, and some of them are my family. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. In the battle of ancient chaos, the immortal domain had been broken into hundreds of fragments, and this was only one of them. But even if it was just one of the fragments, the space volume of this immortal domain was still above Shrouded Heaven World. Not only was the space volume, but more importantly, it contained sufficient longevity material. If the Great Emperor came here, he could easily live for millions or even tens of millions of years. But it was also because of the leisurely attitude of the immortal domain that the cultivators here generally did not have high cultivation bases. The highest was actually his younger brother and sister, who he had sent in from the path of immortality. When these two people came to the immortal domain and found that their cultivation bases were so strong, they immediately took action, conquered a territory, and built a city. His younger brother Zhou Qing was the city lord of this city. Well, I haven't seen them for a long time. I'll go and see them. Zhou Tong took a step forward, and in a flash, the world spun. He directly appeared in the city lord's residence that Zhou Qing had built. Little brother, long time no see. Zhou Tong's figure appeared in a pavilion in the back garden. At this moment, Zhou Tong was holding a white chess piece and playing chess with a young man. After hearing his voice, the young man was shocked and immediately stood up, looking at Zhou Tong with a vigilant face. But Zhou Qing was shocked. With a clatter, the chess piece in his hand fell on the chessboard. Big brother? He walked toward Zhou Tong with a face full of excitement. When they parted on the path of immortality, he always thought that it would be a farewell. He did not expect to see him again. After so many years, I didn't expect us brothers to meet again. Zhou Qing still had the appearance of a sunny young man. Tom had not left any traces on his face. After coming to the immortal realm, his cultivation had improved further, and he had achieved Tao in another way. If he was in the shrouding heaven world, he was fully qualified to be a great emperor. Of course, this was the immortal realm, and there was no such thing as a great emperor's tribulation. Therefore, compared to those great emperors who had obtained the heavenly core mark, he was still far behind. To be precise, he should be in a similar situation as the Holy Prince and Gai Jiuyo. His battle strength was also comparable. "Father, who is he?" At this time, the young man who was playing chess with Zhou Qing asked curiously. "This is your uncle. Do you remember that I told you that I came from another universe? He is the supreme of another universe." Zhou Qing introduced Zhou Tong to his son. At the same time, he also introduced his son to Zhou Tong. He was the youngest son of Zhou Qing in the immortal realm. His name was Zhou Yi. "Greetings, uncle." Zhou Yi immediately came forward and bowed. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. The 10 paradise divine ring rotated slightly, and an emperor-level divine jade fell from a jade tree in an instant. It was directly refined into a jade pendant and given to Zhou Yi. Not long after, his sister Zhouya also came here and met with Zhou Tong. The 3 siblings talk a lot here, most of which were the things that they had experienced over the years. Zhou Qing and Zhou Yi roughly talked about their experiences in the immortal realm. They had also experienced many dangers and some battles. However, the battles in the immortal realm were obviously much less than in the shrouding heaven world. Therefore, it was obvious that their cultivation speed had slowed down a lot after coming to the immortal realm. Zhou Tong also roughly talked about some things in the shrouding heaven universe. "What, big brother, you have become an immortal." Zhou Qing and Zhou Yi were shocked at the same time. There have been legends of immortals in the immortal realm since ancient times. However, they had been traveling in this world for a long time and had already figured out that there were no immortals in the immortal realm. There were no immortals in the immortal realm, but their big brother had become an immortal in a place where immortals could not be. How amazing was this? Chapter 904. Admirable, admirable. Not even immortal domain has immortals. Yet you achieved immortality in a world where immortality is impossible. Zhou Qing sighed with admiration. This big brother of his really was too formidable, his way of doing things always exceeding the imagination of others. It was as if the rules of endless time were all waiting for him to break. Regarding immortality, Zhou Qing and Zhou Yi both asked Zhou Tong many questions. Zhou Tong also seriously answered them. Then, they chatted about many other things, including the distribution of immortal domain's great powers, as well as some situations of their experts. "Big brother, after coming to immortal domain, we heard a legend." Suddenly, Zhou Yi spoke up. "Legend has it that immortal domain was an extremely vast world with countless true immortals, to the extent where there were immortal kings above true immortals. However, later on, a great battle shattered immortal domain. Our world is only a fragment of immortal domain." "I know." Zhou Tong nodded. The legend is indeed correct. Immortal domain at its peak was extremely terrifying, immortal kings above true immortal indeed existing, moreover not few in number. I also know that the legendary battle took place during the chaotic ancient age, and the one who quelled that battle was precisely Heavenly Emperor Huang. It was actually Heavenly Emperor Huang. The two were shocked. They never expected that the main character of Immortal Domain's legend was actually Heavenly Emperor Huang, who came from their homeland. Actually, many great figures in Immortal Domain came from our world. Zhou Tong said casually. Back then, it wasn't only Heavenly Emperor Huang, there was also number 2 under heaven, Ecliptic Immortal Goldman, as well as Heavenly Emperor Huang's disciples, brothers, friends, and others, for example, Heavenly Horned Ant, Crimson Dragon, Shi, 10 Crown King, and others. There were 6 or 7 immortal kings who could be named, so one could well imagine the status of the 9 heavens, 10 earths in Immortal Domain. However, we already don't have any attachments to that world. After moving our entire family to Immortal Domain, we are already no different from Immortal Domain natives. After chatting for a long time, Zhou Qing said with a light sigh. Zhou Tong also understood. Back then, when he sent them to Immortal Domain, he had also brought their families with him. It was equivalent to moving their entire family to Immortal Domain. After moving their entire family, moreover, the amount of time they lived in Immortal Domain far exceeded Heaven-shrouded world by several hundred times, to the extent where they even established their own foundation here. To the two siblings, Zhou Qing and Zhou Ye, the Immortal Domain that they had left home for was their true home. It's not a problem if you think that way. I'll give you these two items. After pondering for a brief moment, Zhou Tong took out 2 jade bottles, each containing 2 pills concocted from the essence of immortal peaches. What is this? Zhou, you casually took one of the jade bottles. On the other side, Zhou Qing also looked at his elder brother in confusion. Immortal peaches of immortality's essence. Given your cultivation base, after consuming them, you will immediately become immortals. Zhou Tong said casually, of course, immortals created by external objects are also the weakest immortals. If you feel that you have no hope of becoming an immortal, then take this. At the very least, you will live forever. Oh, peaches of immortality? Does this thing really exist? Both of them were shocked. In the immortal ancient and ancient chaos eras, Pan King often held immortal peaches banquets. Occasionally, immortal peaches of immortality would circulate and be obtained by human Dao sovereigns. After consuming them, they would immediately enjoy immortality and become free and unfettered true immortals. Although many years had passed since the ancient chaos eras, many inheritances in the immortal domain had yet to be severed. Therefore, matters of the immortal peach banquets were still circulating. However, after recovering from their shock, the two of them quickly calmed down and put away the 2 pills. To them, any inconceivable thing that happened to their elder brother was something they could accept. The few of them chatted for a long time. In the end, under the pleas of Zhou Qing and Zhou Ye, Zhou Tong stayed in their territory for half a month. He also saw their descendants and casually gave them some protective items. Occasionally, he would also give them some pointers on their cultivation. After that, he left this place and continued to travel the immortal realms. Zhou Tong continued forward, going from one immortal land to another starry sky, from one forbidden land to another mysterious place. He was gaining a deeper understanding of this fragment of the immortal domain. The immortal domain of the past was formed by merging one ancient universe after another. It was even more so strengthened by plundering the essence of countless great realms. Its size and vastness were unimaginable. However, right now, this was merely a small fragment of the immortal domain. That battle back then completely shattered the immortal domain. This was the so-called decline after reaching the pinnacle of prosperity. However, ever since that battle, the immortal domain recovered its original peace and harmony. Countless cultivators already stopped fighting and instead began to develop properly. There were many experts in the immortal domain, and the number of supreme being level experts was hard count. After all, the lifespan here was too abundant. A few heavenly talents could still reach this cultivation level, even if they endured. However, it was precisely because they endured that they lacked tempering. After countless years, not a single one of them achieved immortality. Zhou Tong traveled through this immortal domain for over 100 years and saw many things in this world. He did not display the power of an immortal king. Instead, he traveled with the identity of a supreme being. He had once been a peddler in a certain city, selling all kinds of cultivation resources. He had also once met an extreme peak expert in a barren mountain and discussed the Tao with him. He had also once been an honored guest of some sections. He had also once found some pure-blooded beasts of the ferocious 10, such as the immortal phoenix branch that the undying emperor was born from. There were many things in this immortal domain that could no longer be hidden from him. A long period of peace has already caused this immortal domain to fall. Zhou Tong also sighed with emotion in his heart. The immortal domain was too peaceful. There were almost no battles. Even if there were battles, there were not many battles to the death. Most of them were discussions of the Tao. Moreover, there were no immortal medicines of longevity in this immortal domain, so there were no people who used the power of immortal medicines to become immortals. All in all, this is still a pretty good place. The first immortal domain that Yi Fan and the others came to was a place like this. This is the most correct place. Zhou Tong also sighed with emotion in his heart. Yi Fan and the others were able to become immortals in the shrouding heaven world. They must have obtained the fortune and Tao insights of that world. Even if some mysterious Tao appeared in the future, it would not be able to move them. However, it was different in the immortal domain. The immortal domain had a different culture, a different atmosphere, a different heaven and earth essence, a different Tao law, and even a different cultivation system. There was even the immortal king realm above, the true immortal. These things were what Yi Fan and the others needed to enter the immortal domain, because these things could greatly broaden their horizons and let them see different things. Therefore, one could imagine that Yi Fan and the others in the original work must have organized and developed in this world for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years to digest the things in this world. This was a process of accumulating foundation. Only with sufficient foundation could they take a step forward towards the immortal king realm. Chapter 905. There's already nothing worth seeing in this immortal domain. I should go to other places to take a look. Zhou Tong broke through the realm wall of this immortal domain with a wave of his hand, instantly entering and exiting the void primal chaos. Speaking of which, I was just about to see what the realm sea is like. Zhou Tong was suddenly a bit curious. Immortal, ancient, chaotic ancient era. What exactly was the famous realm sea like? His heart was moved slightly, immediately activating the reincarnation mirror, further flipping through the memories of those undying divine medicines. Those undying divine medicines that were transformed from immortal kings after they died definitely knew the location of the realm sea. Very quickly, he knew the location of the realm sea and immediately rushed over. However, when Zhou Tong arrived there, he was immediately stupefied. The so-called realm sea had completely disappeared. Everything in front of him was complete chaos. No signs of the realm sea's existence could be seen at all. That's not right. Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword cut through eternity. Logically speaking, the realm sea should indeed disappear because it was cut off by Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword energy, but it definitely shouldn't be like this scene in front of me. Everything in front of me is chaos. Zhou Tong vaguely felt that something was wrong. The place where Heavenly Emperor Huang cut off eternity. No matter what, there should be at least some people guarding here, for example, the butcher, burial master, his disciples, brothers, and so on. Moreover, this should also be the ruins of the heavenly court that Heavenly Emperor Huang established. The most ridiculous thing was that even this dam was gone. Everything in front of him was chaos. Nothing left. Did they run away with that place, or something? Zhou Tong was also a bit hesitant. Logically speaking, the realm sea shouldn't be able to run away. No one could break through the sword light left behind by Heavenly Emperor Huang. But according to the later generations of the Holy Ruins, the realm sea and Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword energy that cut through eternity were all hidden inside the Yang realm's first mountain. There was definitely someone who packed up all of this and hid it. Moreover, it wasn't done by the later generations Yi Fan and the others. Could it be the ancient underworld, the celestial Thearcha's burial pit, and the four poles floating earth? Zhou Tong subconsciously thought of the biggest culprit in the original work, but he quickly rejected this idea. There were true immortal emperors among these great powers. If a true immortal emperor took action, both the realm sea and the sword energy would have been destroyed long ago unless Heavenly Emperor Huang personally came. Could it be that Heavenly Emperor Huang secretly came back again? Zhou Tong was a little suspicious. The disappearance of the realm sea in front of him might be caused by Heavenly Emperor Huang. I remember that Heavenly Emperor Huang also created a reincarnation path. Perhaps Heavenly Emperor Huang came back once and rearranged it. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. It was possible that during this period of time, Heavenly Emperor Huang had set up a new trap. If it's not too long ago, does that mean that Heavenly Emperor Huang is most likely still in this realm or has just left? Zhou Tong became more and more surprised. If he searched nearby, he might be able to find some of the good fortune or traces left behind by Heavenly Emperor Huang. However, things seem to have changed. This area doesn't seem to have the peaceful aura it used to have. There's a strange and ominous feeling to it. Zhou Tong frowned, feeling a little unhappy. The surrounding aura was too ominous, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. With that thought, Zhou Tong immediately moved. An extremely large amount of divine sense instantly erupted and spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire vast immortal realm. Ugh! However, in the next moment, Zhou Tong let out a muffled groan. The divine sense he had spread out had been destroyed by someone. His eyes were incomparably cold as he looked in the direction of the destruction. He felt a supreme aura, and without a doubt, it was definitely an immortal king. Moreover, it was not an ordinary immortal king, but a peak immortal king. Even if it was not a giant, it was not far from it. Moreover, the aura of an immortal king was extremely cold and filled with terrifying killing intent. Just as Zhou Tong turned his head, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared from the distant void. They were ferocious and terrifying, extremely shocking. They firmly locked onto Zhou Tong, and then he directly pounced over. Have I lost my true self? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why did the scene in front of him look a little like the erosion of darkness? Logically speaking, shouldn't the erosion of darkness here have been resolved by Heavenly Emperor Huang? Why did it still appear? Boom! However, there was no time for Zhou Tong to think too much. Before the immortal king's body arrived, he had already made his move. A huge pitch-black claw stretched out, covering the sky, and forcibly grabbing at Zhou Tong. It was as if the claw was holding a scarlet universe that contained an endless sea of blood. With a flip of his hand, he was about to grab Zhou Tong and suppress him in the sea of blood, completely corroding him. Bang! In response, Zhou Tong only used his finger as a sword and stabbed out in the air. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword light flew out, destroying eternity. It directly pierced through the pitch-black claw, and the world of blood in his palm instantly shattered. Kill! The immortal king opposite him roared. His body finally completely appeared in front of Zhou Tong. It was a strange giant beast. It had the appearance of a lion, and its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. Its 4 claws were like dragon claws, and its pitch-black tail was like a scorpion with a sharp barb. At this moment, this monster roared towards the sky. The pitch-black scales all over its body stood up, and its eyes were filled with madness, carrying a terrifying killing intent that was like a vast ocean. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura, and his chi and blood covered the sky, spewing out boundless light. He formed a fist seal with both hands and punched at Zhou Tong with all his might. This was a peerless immortal king. Even though he had already gone crazy, the scene of him attacking with all his might was as terrifying as the creation of the world. The terrifying beast body also continued to expand during this process. The galaxy wrapped around his body, and space drowned his body. This void seemed to be completely pushed open by him. The huge Dharma body was peerless and invincible, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Fight! Zhou Tong also roared and flew up. The huge Dharma body also instantly appeared. His body was even more terrifying, especially the parts that belonged to the 10 beasts began to appear on his body. Even though he had become an immortal king, the tyrant body was still Zhou Tong's most powerful technique. This technique had long been sublimated to the immortal king level by Zhou Tong. The terrifying tyrant body stood indomitable, breaking through the restraints of the void and destroying the aura of time. With an unimaginable, terrifying divine power, it descended forcefully and directly bombarded the pitch-black giant beast. Boom! Both sides were unimaginable, immortal king Dharma bodies. It was simply like two war gods colliding. For a moment, the void surged, and the primal chaos surged. It was extremely terrifying. With a wave of its hand, it could destroy all things and reach eternity. This was the first battle at the Immortal King level. This was also the first battle after Zhou Tong cultivated to the Immortal King realm. The more they fought, the more excited Zhou Tong became. He was unstoppable and fought with this giant beast. Immortal King was a supreme position, especially since Zhou Tong had only become an Immortal King for a short period of time. He had never met a fellow Taoist of the same level. But now, he finally met one. And most importantly, it was actually willing to communicate in the way that Zhou Tong was best at, fighting. Chapter 906. Boom! Zhou Tong and the unknown Immortal King, giant beast, fought fiercely. For a time, the entire void was filled with the aura of life and death. The power of destruction was like a wheel of divine light. There was also an endless vision of the creation of the world and the change of all things. In the void, there were countless terrifying divine chains of order intertwined and entangled with each other. Billions of divine lights shot out. Each of them cut through eternity and was enough to destroy large areas of the world. The fierce battle was extremely terrifying. However, this was only where the original Realm Sea was after all. There were no living creatures here, so this battle did not attract much attention. However, Zhou Tong became more and more courageous in the battle. In the end, he even took out his Overlord Bell. For a time, the bell waves shook the void, destroyed time, and reached eternity. This was his first battle as an Immortal King. He was adapting to the battle of Immortal Kings. His experience was soaring, and he was becoming more and more relaxed in the face of this terrifying giant beast. Roar! Accompanied by a furious beast roar, pitch-black blood splattered down from the sky. The pitch-black giant beast body was heavily hit by Zhou Tong's Overlord Bell. The bell waves were billions of times, and it directly cracked its body. The incomparably huge Dharma idol broke through the void. Pitch-black blood spurted out. The giant beast was severely injured. Its body shook violently, and then it retreated. However, it only retreated for a moment. Then, it pounced on Zhou Tong again. However, this time, it shrank its terrifying Dharma idol and turned into a humanoid creature. Clang! There was a metallic sound, and the pitch-black scales all over its body seemed to have turned into armor. At this moment, the giant beast turned into a human. It was wearing black scale armor, and even its face was covered by a helmet. Only a pair of scarlet eyes could be seen. It stared at Zhou Tong opposite it. Zhou Tong's body swayed. He withdrew the terrifying Overlord ancestral body Dharma idol and turned back into a human. He did not have any armor on his body. He only had the Overlord Bell above his head. He continued to attack and brazenly charged at the giant beast that had turned into a human. The two figures collided in the void like lightning. After they had all dispersed their Dharma, their speed was too fast. This was especially true for the bell above Zhou Tong's head. The bell waves were like sword lights as they slashed out. The pitch-black scaled armor shone, and even more so, countless symbols fluttered about. It displayed an extremely terrifying great divine ability, and its body and armor became one. Its divine might was immeasurable, and symbols split the heavens. It directly collided with Zhou Tong and the Overlord Bell that was made from a mixture of all types of immortal materials between heaven and earth. This type of collision was simply unimaginable. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. This region of the void was about to be destroyed. Zheng! 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 The bell waves collided with the armor. The sword light collided with the fist imprint, and even the most direct collision between the light of the primordial spirit. The chaotic aura around the two of them surged out in a dazzling manner. The monster-transformed Immortal King's attack also became more and more violent. With a raise of its hand, it shattered the heavens. Terrifying killing intent pierced through a large area of the Sea of Chaos. For a moment, the chaos in the distance seemed to be about to be reopened. Zhou entire body erupted with divine light. He was like a brilliant immortal sun. Billions of sword lights shot out from all the pores on his body. They were everywhere, cutting through everything. There was also a fist imprint with boundless divine might that shook the heavens. Finally, a blood-colored divine light shot out from the monster-like Immortal King's eyes and directly pierced through one of Zhou Tong's arms. This was the monster's hidden trump card. It was definitely a fatal blow, and it was aimed at his glabella. Fortunately, Zhou Tong's battle awareness was astonishing. He dodged this attack in time and did not let this attack hit his head. Clang! However, at this moment, Zhou Tong's hidden trump card also erupted. A green jade-like divine sword flew out from his body along with a dragon's roar and directly slashed horizontally. The sword light was like a dragon, spiraling and dancing, cutting through eternity. Zhou Tong himself had only reached the Immortal King realm for a short time, so he only had the Tyrant Bell. It had become an Immortal King weapon because it had passed the Immortal King tribulation with him. The other weapons, whether it was the diamond carving, the 3 divine swords, or the array diagram, were all only at the immortal weapon level. It was impossible for them to participate in such a battle. However, although he had only reached the Immortal King realm for a short time, it did not mean that his foundation was weak. In fact, it was the opposite. This was the Edisaurus sword that Zhou Tong had hidden in his body. It was the natal divine weapon that the true dragon True Fate had brought back from the immortal realm. It had long reached the level of an Immortal King weapon. Moreover, it was a top-grade Immortal King weapon. The Black Immortal King grunted. The armor on his body was cut open by the sword. Even his body was almost cut in half by Zhou Tong's sword. One could see that his chest had been cut open, and even his heart had been cut open. Only his spine was intact. This sword strike was simply too sharp. Even an Immortal King had suffered such a heavy injury. Dang! With the sound of a bell, a tangible bell wave gushed out like a flood breaking through a dike. Zhou Tong's ability to grasp the opportunity was extremely strong. He did not care about the injuries on his body and forcefully rang the bell. This attack was too majestic and boundless. It was accompanied by a terrifying, dazzling light and endless rumbling Tao sounds. Roar! The Black Immortal King roared. The injuries from before had yet to recover. His entire body was split open by the bell wave, and his entire body was covered in blood. The vast bell wave was like a divine sword, like a huge wave. It broke through all obstacles as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It directly blasted this monster-like Immortal King apart. Black blood danced in the sky, corroding heaven and earth. Boom! Zhou Tong took a step forward. A huge foot descended from the sky. Accompanied by the wail of the great Tao, it stomped heavily on the broken head of this Immortal King. It was ostentatious and domineering, wanted to stomp this Immortal King to death. Finally, this Immortal King's body was completely shattered by Zhou Tong's foot. A primordial spirit that carried a sky full of runes flew out from the broken body. He wanted to fly away. You want to run? Dream on. Zhou Tong snorted coldly. The 7 demonic stars on the bell suddenly flickered with a pitch-black light. Boundless divine light instantly erupted. Immortal kings could be defeated, but it was extremely difficult to kill them, unless the difference in strength was too great. The difference in strength between Zhou Tong and this Immortal King wasn't enough to kill him. Therefore, if he wanted to kill this Immortal King, he had to rely on external forces. These few demonic stars that had fused with the bell were the supreme treasures left behind by the Little Stone Emperor after he transformed into an emperor. In terms of quality, they were at the level of a quasi-immortal emperor artifact. Although Zhou Tong wasn't able to fully unleash its power, it was enough to deal with a heavily injured Immortal King. Dong! Another bell sound rang out. The bell wave carried the divine light of the 7 demonic stars and erupted. Wherever the boundless bell wave passed, time seemed to freeze. The fleeing immortal king's primordial spirit was also fixed in the void. At the same time, the bell instantly became incomparably huge. The mouth of the bell emitted a terrifying, chaotic aura, and endless divine chains of order wrapped around the primordial spirit. Then the divine chains of order retracted and directly suppressed the primordial spirit of this immortal king inside the bell. Chapter 907. I won. Zhou Tong's face darkened. Although he had won, he wasn't overly excited. He turned his head to look at his pierced arm. Black blood was still flowing out of the wound, preventing his injury from healing. The pitch-black energy was even spreading bit by bit. Not only that, but Zhou Tong even had the misconception that the arm that was tainted by the black blood didn't seem to belong to him anymore. Some kind of power seemed to want to peel this arm from his body and even give birth to a new life. It really is the dark matter. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy. The immortal qi in his body surged, completely forcing the pitch-black blood out of his body bit by bit. He sat there cross-legged for half a month before completely expelling the dark matter from his body. Phew! When the last strand of dark matter was expelled from his body, he let out a sigh of relief. What a terrifying dark matter. It took me half a month to expel such a small amount of pollution. Zhou Tong held a jade cauldron in his palm. The dark matter that had been forced out was sealed in this cauldron. Yes, according to the current time, this can only be considered the Dark Era. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Actually, in the original work, Yi Fan and the others also dealt with creatures that were contaminated by the dark matter. Black blood, gray fog, white fiend. These were the most terrifying and ominous substances. The person controlling these substances behind the scenes, or rather, some kind of power, allowed these substances to take turns dominating the world to achieve a certain goal. The Dark Era started when the corpse Immortal Emperor was contaminated by the black blood of the heavens. Therefore, it started a long Dark Era. Even after the corpse Immortal Emperor was killed by the Heavenly Emperor Huang, the Dark Era didn't end. The Dark Era only ended in the later Holy Ground Era. What followed after the Dark Era was the Gray Era, which was dominated by the ominous substance, gray fog. Looks like I guessed wrong. The Heavenly Emperor Huang should have left this place for some time. Zhou Tong said inwardly, and after Celestial Emperor Huang left, that darkness swept over again. I'm afraid that in the original work, Yi Fan and the others also developed in other fragments of the Immortal Realm and began to repair the Immortal Realm. It was only when they reached the Immortal King level that they gradually came into contact with the dark matter. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. At this moment, Zhou Tong's heart was unprecedentedly heavy. Darkness had actually descended a long time ago, hundreds of thousands of years earlier than he had guessed. He probably didn't have that much time to develop. However, if I pretend that I didn't see it, I can be at ease for hundreds of thousands of years. Zhou Tong thought to himself. If he could develop steadily for hundreds of thousands of years, the next time he encountered the darkness, it would be the time when the darkness expanded to the area he was in. But now that he had seen all of this, could he really pretend that nothing had happened and just cultivate quietly like this? The Heavenly Emperor Huang is not here, and the darkness has descended again. Such terrifying dark matter. Zhou Tong looked at the jade cauldron that sealed the dark matter that he had infected, and then looked at his bell. The jade cauldron contained the dark matter that Zhou Tong had forced out of his body. However, the tyrant bell suppressed the dark immortal king's physical body and primordial spirit. The dark matter inside was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. If my tyrant bell hadn't fused with the 7 demonic stars of the Little Stone Emperor, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to suppress these things. Zhou Tong secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had integrated the 7 fiend stars into the hegemonic bell. Otherwise, his Tao-confirming artifact might have been contaminated. The dark matter is extremely terrifying. This is an immortal emperor-level matter. Although the thing in my hand has been weakened countless times, it will probably be difficult to encounter this thing next time. I have to adapt to this thing. Zhou Tong pondered for a while before making up his mind. He directly left this void and entered a large expanse of chaos. Then, he waved his hand and opened up a world. This was an incomparably empty world. In terms of size, it was only the size of a star field in the shrouding heaven world. It wasn't considered big. After opening up a world, Zhou Tong immediately began to set up a formation. Terrifying great Tao symbols were engraved in this world by him. The Tao of formation had always been the most important thing in Zhou Tong's research. From the beginning of his cultivation, he had mastered the secret of 9 secrets. Later on, he had also studied various formation patterns. Especially in the immortal realm, he had studied the quasi-immortal emperor-level formation left behind by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It could be said that the current Zhou Tong was an immortal king-level formation grandmaster. As he set up the formation, the space of the entire world became more and more solid. In the end, an extremely terrifying suppressive force appeared in the void. With this suppressive force, even a true immortal wouldn't be able to fly in this world, nor would they be able to damage a single blade of grass or tree in this world. One could imagine how stable the space of this world was. After doing all this, Zhou Tong made up his mind and directly cut off one of his arms. Boom! Then his entire body shone. Endless immortal chi surged. His severed arm was reborn, and his body was once again perfect. If you want to adapt to the dark matter, the easiest way is to let the dark matter corrode you. Zhou Tong's eyes carried a trace of determination. I will let the dark matter corrode this arm and corrode it into a dark body that is exactly the same as me. Kill him. Zhou Tong forcefully injected the dark matter that he had forced out of his body into the arm. Crack! Immediately, the sound of flesh and blood wriggling and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The arm that Zhou Tong had cut off seemed to be reborn. The flesh and bones were constantly wriggling. Too slow. How long do I have to cultivate it? Dark Immortal King, it's your turn. Zhou Tong took out the tyrant bell with a wave of his hand. He activated the 7 demonic stars on the bell and continuously refined the dark matter from the Dark Immortal King's body and primordial spirit. Soon, black mist was released for the tyrant bell, merging into the arm bit by bit. As the dark matter merged, the arm's speed of proliferation became faster and faster. 30 years later, when Zhou Tong completely refined the Dark Immortal King to death, the body of darkness was also completed. Dark matter, truly a terrifying thing. Looking at the body of darkness that was exactly the same as him, Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. However, just in case, and in order to further increase my strength, it's time to send out the next true fate. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment, and then looked at the remaining true fates that hadn't been sent out yet. Qilin, Phoenix, Gu, Heavenly Horned Ant. The Phoenix's Nirvana Divine Flame is somewhat effective against the dark matter, so it's better to keep it by my side for the time being just in case. I can't let it out yet, so I can only choose from a Qilin, Gu, and Heavenly Horned Ant. Zhou Tong's eyes swept over these 3 true fates, and then landed on the Heavenly Horned Ant this time. I'll use the Heavenly Horned Ant. Zhou Tong activated the Reincarnation Mirror. With a sweep of light, the Heavenly Horned Ant's true fate instantly turned into light, disappearing from the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. Next, it's time to adapt to the dark matter. Zhou Tong directly separated a portion of his primordial spirit and entered the body of darkness, allowing the dark matter to corrode his primordial spirit. This was an extremely dangerous life and death challenge. Once he failed, he might fall into darkness. For a long period of time, Zhou Tong continuously roared and fought. He did everything he could to resist the invasion of the dark matter, doing everything he could to adapt to this thing. Chapter 908. In a boundless space filled with endless chaos, there floated an extremely small, floating island with a circumference of tens of meters. On this island, there was a seemingly ordinary thatched cottage. In front of the thatched cottage, There was a short and thick cassia tree. Under the cassia tree, there was a stone table and a stone stool. At this moment, the man sitting on the stone stool suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. Another person with an uncertain fate has appeared in that plane. And these two people are so close to each other. What will happen in the future? Between the two of you, will one of you be able to walk out of the universe and appear before me? His voice was filled with endless emotions and anticipation. Very well, I'll give you two an extra stroke. Let's see how good your luck is. The man lightly tapped his finger on the teacup on the table. With a flick of his finger, instantly, a drop of tea transformed into a ray of light and flew into that part of the universe. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Qinghu Town. This was an ordinary town in the anarchic lands of the Li Yulan continent. It got its name because it was adjacent to the enormous Qing Lake. Early morning. In the center of Qinghu Town, there were 3 groups of children. They were divided into 3 groups, and each group was lined up in several rows. All of the children stood quietly in the open space, their faces solemn. In this group of children, the northernmost group consisted of children between the ages of 6 and 8. The middle group consisted of children between the ages of 9 and 12. The southernmost group consisted of children between the ages of 13 and 16. In front of this large group of children, there were 7 muscular middle-aged men wearing short sleeveless shirts. The anarchic lands are filled with endless battles. If you want to survive here, you must train hard from a young age. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, swept his gaze over the children like lightning. This was the leader of the guards of Qinghu Town, a warrior of the 8th rank, Austin. The 6 middle-aged men next to him were warriors of the 7th rank. They were also his subordinates. You are all the future hope of Qinghu Town. According to our traditions, you must train from a young age using the most ancient, simplest, and most basic methods. Train your body and build up your strength. Only when you break through to become a warrior of the 4th rank through physical strength can you be taught his secret manual of fighting aura. Do you understand? Austin's voice was cold. Although Green Lake Town was small, it couldn't be underestimated. The reason why this town was able to maintain its independence in the anarchic lands and avoid being harassed by others, and even occupy an area like Green Lake, which was rich in water and fish, was largely due to the tradition of these guards. Compared to the other towns and villages in the anarchic lands, Qinghu Town's living environment was simply too good. Almost every household had fish and meat to eat every day, and everyone was healthy and strong. It might be extremely difficult to cultivate to the level of a rank 4 warrior in other places, but in Qinghu Town, where there was meat to eat every day, the difficulty was much lower. Austin glanced at the group of children. Understood. The group of youths roared loudly. Very good. Let's begin. Austin nodded coldly in satisfaction. It was not the first time he had said that. Moreover, there were no newcomers now, so there was no need to continue the nonsense that had been repeated many times. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps could be heard, and the 3 groups of youths began to move at the same time. Their legs were about as wide as their shoulders, and their knees were slightly bent. Their hands were at their waists, and all of them stood steadily. This was a movement similar to the horse stance. In the Yulan continent, it was known as the Qi building stance. The Qi building stance was the simplest and most effective way to train the body in this world. This was the result of countless years of experience. Remember, focus, calm your heart, and breathe naturally. Austin walked amongst the group of youths and said coldly, "Wow!" Suddenly, Austin kicked one of the youths and said coldly, "Seers, you are slacking off again. You can't even do basic training. In the future, when we encounter bandits, the first one to die will be you." Puffed. Following Austin's kick, many of the nearby youths began to laugh. "And you guys, what are you laughing at? Focus." Austin turned and roared. Instantly, all the laughter ceased, and the faces of the youths once again turned solemn. Austin carefully walked past each of the youths, occasionally nodding, occasionally scolding them, and quickly correcting their mistakes. Soon, Austin walked out from the group of the oldest youths and arrived at the group in the middle. This was a group of 8 to 12-year-olds. After arriving at this group, Austin began to scold them even more. After all, they had been training for too short a time, and they were young as well. It was hard for them to endure. And then, Austin arrived at the group of even younger youths. In this group, he didn't scold them as much. Most of the time, he was guiding and correcting the movements of the children. Not long after, the 6- and 7-year-old children began to wobble on their feet. Everyone felt their legs ache, but they had no choice but to continue to endure. But they still couldn't endure for long. One by one, the children all sat down in exhaustion. In this group of children, only a golden-haired boy was still able to endure. Austin's face was as cold as ever, but in his heart, he was completely stunned. This golden-haired child hadn't just given him a pleasant surprise. He had given him a fright, because he was too powerful. He was only 6 years old, but he was already a warrior of the 6th rank. This sort of growth process didn't seem like the growth of a human at all. Instead, it seemed like the growth of a high-ranked magical beast. He was born extraordinary, and his growth was too fast. Soon, some of the 10-year-old children in the middle couldn't take it anymore. One by one, they collapsed and sat down. But Austin's gaze remained fixed on the golden-haired boy. "Captain, are you staring at Khan again?" At this moment, a middle-aged man named Owen walked over and laughed. "Yes, this child's talent is too astonishing. I'm afraid that our Qinghu town will soon have a saint-level combatant who will surpass Lord Linley." Austin said softly. "Surpass Lord Linley? That was just a joke. Did you take it seriously?" Owen was somewhat puzzled. Lord Linley is one of the 4 supreme warriors, the Dragonblood warrior. He is a truly peak-level combatant. Even the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows don't dare to offend him. Half a year from now, the founding ceremony of the Baruch Kingdom will be held. Austin continued. "Based on what I know, the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force will be opening at the same time. Let's let Khan give it a try. 6 years old, 6th rank. Given Khan's talent and power, how many magic and force academies in the entire continent would dare to accept him?" Owen was speechless. Although those academies hoped to accept geniuses, they didn't dare to accept just anyone. Many of the teachers in those academies were only of the 6th or 7th rank. Would they dare to teach a warrior of the 6th rank? They weren't qualified to teach him. Qinghu Town once produced a warrior of the 9th rank, and I'm about to break through as well. Unless a saint-level combatant personally teaches me, I don't believe that there are many people who can be more powerful than me. Austin shook his head. "I'm not talking about warrior training. If it's not warrior training, then is it magic?" Owen rolled his eyes at Austin, speechless. "Right, it's magic. Why is Lord Linley so powerful? Is it simply because he is a Dragonblood warrior? You must understand that in his human form, he hasn't reached the saint level yet. Compared to other saint-level combatants, he doesn't have much of an advantage. Supposedly, when he battled against Hadesun, he didn't have enough battle chi and was nearly defeated." Austin laughed. In the past, countless people had watched the battle between Linley and Hadesun. The details of that battle had spread throughout the continent long ago. What shocked people wasn't Linley's power, but his talent. For him to be able to battle against Hadesun at such a young age, what if he trained for a period of time? What shocked people was his magical prowess, and the fact that he had tamed 2 such terrifying magical beasts. To surpass Lord Linley, just relying on one's power as a warrior isn't enough. One has to make up for it in other ways. What if this kid, Khan, has some extraordinary talent for magic? Austin said softly, "Don't keep thinking about surpassing Lord Linley. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid a large group of people will come after you." Owen shook his head, not continuing to discuss this topic. Chapter 909. While Austin and Owen were chatting, most of the children who had been training in the Chi building style had collapsed from exhaustion. Even the oldest group had collapsed onto the ground. In the field, the only one who was still standing was Khan, whom Austin and the others were talking about. However, this level of training had no effect on Khan. He didn't feel tired at all, not even sweat. He easily persevered until the end. Today's morning training ends here. Seeing that it was almost time, Austin finally announced. The training in Qinghu Town was similar to other places on the continent. It was divided into 2 sessions a day, one in the morning and the other in the evening. Uncle Austin, please continue telling us stories. Yeah, we haven't finished the story of killing the tyrannical dragon yesterday. As soon as they were dismissed, the children immediately shouted. Every morning after the morning training, Austin would tell the children about his experiences on the continent. Qinghu Town's training method was to cultivate them from a young age. Then, when they reached adulthood, they would leave the town to explore the outside world. Some of them would never come back. Some of them would develop better in other places, and some of them would return as failures. Of course, the most important thing was the return of the strong ones. These strong ones were the most important in Qinghu Town. Their experiences would be passed down to the future generations of the town. And these children who grew up in the town also had a great desire to explore the outside world. Boring. Khan glanced at the children who were eager to listen to the story, then turned around and found a quiet corner. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate his qi. For Khan, Austin's stories didn't have much attraction. It was because he wasn't a native of this world. This Khan was naturally Zhoutong. However, what he didn't expect was that his previous worries really came true. After this heavenly horned ant reincarnated into this coiling dragon world, it actually became a human. Even its race was wrong. Zhoutong had guessed a long time ago that his reincarnation through the mirror of reincarnation might have reincarnated into a place where his race was wrong. As a matter of fact, there were already some signs of it in the world of immortals last time. Because according to the requirements of the true dragons, they should at least reincarnate as the direct descendant of the Ediosaurus. They shouldn't reincarnate as the Tyrannosaurus dragons. It was clear that this coiling dragon world didn't have a race like Heavenly Horn Ant, so naturally, the reincarnation mirror was randomly arranged, and then it became a human. Huff. Inhale. Zhoutong sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling slightly. Every breath he took formed a perfect cycle, and as his breath circulated, there was an almost imperceptible, faint golden stream of air that entered his body through his nose and mouth, nourishing his bones, muscles, and organs. The whole process lasted for half an hour. When his body was almost full, Zhoutong felt that his cultivation efficiency had dropped. Only then did he open his eyes again. My Do Chi has improved again. In at most half a month, I will be able to reach the standard of a level 7 warrior. Zhoutong's face flashed with a hint of joy. Although he had reincarnated into a human, Zhoutong clearly felt that his growth was in accordance with the growth of a magical beast. It wasn't even an ordinary magical beast, but a divine beast. How could a normal person have such strength at the age of 6? Only a divine beast cub could have such strength at such a young age. Glancing at the group of children who were still listening to the story, Zhoutong silently stood up and directly left the training ground. He bought breakfast on the way and walked back to his home. Zhoutong lived in the most remote northeast part of Qinghu Town. Behind his house was the Great Qing Lake that raised all the residents of Qinghu Town. He was the only one left in his home. His parents had died long ago. After returning home and finishing his breakfast, Zhoutong immediately closed his eyes and pondered. The content of his thoughts was the Do Chi secret manual that he had cultivated before, Scarlet Flame Do Chi. This was an extremely rare Do Chi secret manual that could allow one to cultivate to a high-level warrior. Of course, this was also one of the inheritances of Qinghu Town. As long as the people of Qinghu Town relied solely on their physical strength to cultivate to a level 4 warrior, they would be able to cultivate this Do Chi secret manual. The so-called high-level warriors were those who had cultivated to a level above level 7. Warriors and magicians were the same. There was a huge gap between level 6 and level 7. Level 7 magicians liquefied their magic power, while level 7 warriors liquefied their Do Chi. Whether a Do Chi secret manual was precious or not, The most direct way to determine was whether this Do-Chi secret manual recorded the method of liquefied Do-Chi and the method of circulating the liquefied Do-Chi. If a Do-Chi secret manual did not record the method of liquefied Do-Chi, then it would basically be the limit of a level 6 warrior. If a Do-Chi secret manual recorded the method of liquefied Do-Chi and the method of circulating the liquefied Do-Chi, then this Do-Chi secret manual would be enough to support the cultivation of a level 9 warrior. As I grow older, my scarlet flame Do-Chi has undergone a drastic change. Zhou looked inside his body. The golden Do-Chi flowed through the meridians in his body like flowing water. The scarlet flame Do-Chi was originally a scarlet red Do-Chi that was as hot as a flame. However, as Zhou cultivated, this Do-Chi began to gradually change into a golden color. Most importantly, the nature of this Do-Chi's power had also changed. It was no longer as hot as a flame, but had transformed into a heavy one. This golden Do-Chi was extremely heavy. Although it did not have the destructive power and explosive power of a flame, it contained a power that far surpassed the scarlet flame Do-Chi. It could allow Zhou every punch and kick to contain terrifying power. This body of mine, according to this world saying, should be considered a bloodline mutation. Zhou looked at the golden Do-Chi in his body, and then looked at his own body. He discovered that as he grew older, wisps of golden color already appeared within his inner organs. It was to the extent where even his own blood began to carry a faint golden color. Perhaps when the golden color covers my entire body, that will be when I truly transform from a human into a heavenly horned ant. Zhou roughly understood this point, inwardly feeling a bit better. After all, compared to ordinary humans, the heavenly horned ant was truly powerful. If he gave up such a great advantage, then the future really would be difficult to bear. This was especially the case in a world like Coiling Dragon World, where the innate bloodline advantage was extremely great. Don't look at how Coiling Dragon World's great perfection bloodlines were all ordinary bloodlines. What was truly terrifying in this world were the various heaven-defying divine beasts. This was especially the case for master deities. Not a single one of those truly powerful master deities had ordinary bloodlines. It was to the extent where, how did those master deities who reached the peak advance? Wasn't it just researching the mysteries of various bloodlines? If he lost the advantage of the heavenly horned ant bloodline, then he would lack many things compared to other experts. If my suspicions aren't wrong, perhaps this process is precisely the process of my bloodline completely transforming into the heavenly horned ant of this world. Zhou felt a bit of anticipation. He was looking forward to what kind of benefits he would obtain after his bloodline completely transformed into the heavenly horned ant bloodline. The heavenly horned ant bloodline should still be a type of divine beast bloodline. Regardless of how the future changes, increasing my strength isn't wrong. It's time to cultivate. Zhou rested for a bit. Then, he directly picked up a bullhorn hammer that was even larger than himself, brandishing it a few times with a single hand. Then, he directly walked out with the hammer on his shoulder. This bullhorn hammer was roughly 1,200 jin in weight. It was something left behind by his parents. If someone saw this right now, they would definitely be shocked. This hammer, even though a 6th level warrior could move it, they definitely needed both hands to wield it. How could they be like Zhou, casually brandishing it with a single hand? Chapter 9-10. Hefting his warhammer, Zhou arrived at Lake Daqing behind his house, then walked directly into the lake. Although Lake Daqing was a huge lake, the bottom of the lake was filled with silt. However, the area where Zhou was at, the bottom of the lake was made of solid rock. Therefore, when he walked into the lake with the giant hammer, he would not sink into the silt at all. This area was where Zhou trained every day. Ever since he was born, Zhou had possessed strength that ordinary children would never be able to reach. In addition, he had a mature mind. Thus, starting from the age of 4, he had been training here with his war hammer, rain or shine. rumble. As he swung his warhammer in the lake, the nearby lake water began to churn. The lake water roared and slammed against the rocks, creating thousands of waves. Although Zhou Tong hadn't had much experience with hammering techniques, in his previous life, he had been an immortal king who had survived battles. He could casually find several hammering techniques suitable for mortals to train in. However, he didn't train in other people's hammering techniques. Instead, he began with the most basic hammering techniques: sweep, rush, cover, cloud, bash. Although they were all basic techniques, Zhou Tong was very focused on training. He focused all of his attention on each strike and treated each strike as if it were his most powerful hammer strike, striving to perfect each strike. Training like this was very, very tiring, especially when he was training underwater. But it was the fastest way to improve. Zhou Tong, who knew the story of the original novel, knew very well that in the Yulon continent, and perhaps even in this world, only the strong could live carefree and happy lives. Thus, he had to seize every minute and every second to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. In addition, he also knew the general timeline. It was now time for Linli to establish the Baruch kingdom. In other words, the current main character of the Yulon continent had already become quite famous. If he didn't seize the moment, when the gods descended, he would probably become the plaything of the gods. Above the lake, the sun was shining brightly. The waves crashed against the shore, creating silver splashes that seemed particularly resplendent under the sunlight. Zhou Tong's hammering speed was not very fast. It could even be said to be very slow. However, every time he hammered, he was trying his best to sense the movement of the water. Every time he hammered, there would be extremely minute changes in the movement of the water in the lake. Every time he hammered, he strived to be one with the heavens, one with the heavens. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Tong came to the bottom of Daqing Lake to cultivate. It was because he already knew the attributes of his body: earth, water, fire, and destruction. To Zhou Tong's regret, his last attribute was destruction and not wind. Zhou Tong speculated that perhaps it was because he was evolving into a heavenly horned ant, which was why he had this type of attribute. What were the special characteristics of the heavenly horned ant? Invincible divine power, invincible physical body. In the chaotic ancient era, the heavenly horned ant was the only race whose flesh could compare to heavenly Emperor Huang of the same level. Since it was strength, then earth, water, and fire could be understood. Earth was the attribute with the strongest strength, water was the attribute with the strongest endurance, and fire was the attribute with the strongest explosive power. These three attributes encompassed most of the characteristics of strength. Then there were the laws of destruction. This thing was also incomparably compatible with the heavenly horned ant, because the heavenly horned ant was an exceptionally savage, vicious beast to begin with. It had bloodthirsty and savage characteristics ingrained in its bones, so this type of power was most suitable for the laws of destruction. Moreover, perhaps because his previous self grew up in shrouding heaven world, the various attributes were never separated that clearly. That was why he could be said to be a natural soul mutation. He could naturally merge earth, water, fire, and destruction, these four types of energy. Even though it looked incomparably powerful with this type of attribute, he couldn't walk the path Linli took in the original work. He had to advance in a different direction. After 3 whole hours of bitter training, only then did Zhou Tong walk out from the bottom of the water again. He sat on the shore, continuously gasping for breath. 3 hours of continuous cultivation was quite a burden on his body. Moreover, because he was cultivating underwater, after cultivating for 5 minutes or so, he had to jump out from the bottom of the water to take a breath. Right now, his hands that were brandishing the giant hammer even more so had a sore and numb feeling. The veins on his arms were also slightly throbbing as if they were cramping. However, after 3 hours of almost nonstop training, his body was already extremely tired. Meanwhile, this was also the perfect time to cultivate his qi. Sitting on the open space by the lake, wisps of warm energy entered Zhou Tong's body through the pores all over his body. It cleansed his extremely tired body, alleviated his fatigue and pain, and further strengthened his young body. He could clearly sense that there were yellow, red, green, as well as wisps of black energy entering his body bit by bit. Moreover, they smoothly merged into every corner of his body. Every time a wisp of this type of energy entered his body, the golden light in his body would become a bit richer, and his physique would also become more powerful. Phew! Half an hour later, Zhou Tong exhaled heavily. He opened his eyes, and then his body fell backwards, directly lying on the rocks by the lake. He watched the clouds leisurely drift by in the sky. When he rested, he would look at the clouds and the sky, and his tense heart would also relax. This was one of the few moments of leisure Zhou Tong had every day. "I knew you would be here." At this moment, a familiar voice came from nearby. Zhou Tong sat up and looked to the side. It was the strongest warrior of Qinghu Town, the warrior at the peak of the 8th rank, Austin. "This bullhorn hammer was your father's weapon when he was alive. Seeing it reminds me of your father." Sigh. Austin sat beside Zhou Tong and reached out to touch the giant hammer. Zhou Tong was somewhat speechless. "Did you come all the way here just to tell me this?" Seeing Zhou Tong's expression, Austin also laughed. He didn't waste any more words and went straight to the point. "In half a year, the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force will be recruiting students. I suggest that you go test your elemental affinity. If you meet the requirements, you could try to train in magic. This is the first time the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force is recruiting students. You only need to pay 1 gold coin to take the test. It's much cheaper than the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. If you miss this opportunity, who knows what will happen in the future? Of course, I'm not asking you to give up on training as a warrior. I'm just asking you to have another choice. With your talent, the chances of you becoming a saint-level warrior in the future are extremely high. According to what I know, the training of a saint-level warrior seems to require him to comprehend some sort of natural law. If you know your elemental affinity in advance, perhaps your future path will be smoother." Zhou Tong looked at Austin with some surprise. A mere warrior of the 8th rank actually knew so much? Logically speaking, only saint-level warriors should know these things. How could this warrior of the 8th rank know? It seems, when he was young, when he went out adventuring, he saw the real world. Zhou Tong secretly said to himself. However, Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't refuse. He wanted to see what the magic of this world was like. Chapter 911. The opening of the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force was half a year from now, but that was just the opening of the school. The Magus examinations would be held much earlier. In the past, when the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows tested students for elemental affinity, they would charge 10 gold coins. But this time, the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force would charge an unprecedentedly low fee of 1 gold coin. Precisely because of this, there would definitely be many people going to take the examinations. In the next half year, every day, students could go to the imperial capital to take the examinations. 3 days after Zhou Tong agreed, the caravan headed from Green Lake Town to the Baruch Kingdom's capital, Baruch City, to trade for all sorts of resources, was about to depart. Zhou Tong had mixed into this caravan. The Baruch Kingdom was about to be established, and it was Linley who, in a very short period of time, had unified the majority of the anarchic lands under his rule. Thus, in a short period of time, the anarchic lands would be unprecedentedly peaceful. There were no bandits or robbers on the way. On the way, he saw countless caravans heading towards the imperial capital. The establishment of the Baruch Kingdom is a good thing for local governance. The chaos in the anarchic lands is about to be brought to an end. Zhou Tong saw on the way that everything was flourishing. He could foresee that as long as the future leader of the Baruch Kingdom wasn't a good-for-nothing, this place would definitely prosper. Green Lake Town wasn't too far away from the imperial capital. It only took 3 days for them to arrive at Baruch City. Baruch City wasn't flourishing at all. In fact, it even seemed a bit chaotic. This was because this city had been built upon the foundations of other cities, and the expansion hadn't been completed yet. But despite this, no one dared to cause trouble here because Linley and his saint-level magical beasts were all here, as well as his undying warriors. No one dared to cause trouble in front of so many Saint-level combatants. Although Baruch City was still under construction, it was already showing signs of being the future ruler of the world. The main road in the city, Wushan Road, had already been completed. Most likely, Linley had named this road in honor of the town of Wushan, where he had lived as a child. The entire Wushan Road was paved with smooth limestone. This road was wide enough for multiple carriages to travel side by side. The shops on both sides of Wushan Road had already been completed, and many of them were already in the process of being renovated. They were preparing to open for business at the same time as the founding ceremony of the Baruch Kingdom. On the way, the streets were filled with warm smiles. Clearly, to many people, the establishment of the Baruch Kingdom had given them much more to look forward to. The team from Qinghu Town came here mainly to sell the big fish caught in the Great Qing Lake. At the same time, they also wanted to buy some oil, salt, and other supplies. There was obviously no need for Zhou Tong to do anything. After taking care of these matters, Austin immediately took Zhou Tong to the magic testing area. The Baruch Academy of Magic and Force had only finished the main building. There were still many details that hadn't been completed yet. The location for enrollment and elemental affinity testing was at the square in front of the academy. By the time Zhou Tong arrived, there was already a sea of people here. Countless people were lining up, waiting for the Baruch Academy's entrance exam. There were no nobles here because the country hadn't been truly established yet. Everyone was a commoner, and the registration fee was very low, so there were too many people here. Most importantly, this was the Academy of Magic and Force. It wasn't just a test for magic, it was also a test for warriors. In addition, the warriors didn't even have to pay a test fee. The test was free. Of course, the warrior test was free, but there was a fee. As for the magic test, although there was a fee, it was free. The Baruch Academy of Magic and Force was backed by Linley and the Baruch clan. As a Saint-level expert, they didn't lack money at all. Especially since the Baruch Kingdom had just been established, they desperately needed strength. Thus, they wouldn't charge the extremely rare tuition fee for apprentice magi. According to the Baruch Academy's recruitment policies, if one's talent was extremely outstanding, they would receive extra scholarships and subsidies every year. After all, compared to gold coins, people with high talent for magic were much harder to come by. These were people who were nurtured by the country. Linley and the others were very willing to spend money. You've already surpassed many of the Academy's teachers in terms of the warrior test. Next, let's see if you have any talent for magic. Austin had a strong body and squeezed through the congested crowd, leading Zhou Tong into the Academy of Magic and Force. Very quickly, Zhou Tong paid the fee and obtained an identification card, then stood at the back of the line. Of course, his identification card was written with his name in this world con. Although the magic test was very fast, each person was delayed by at least half a minute. Given how long the line was, by the time it was Zhou Tong's turn, it would definitely take him at least an entire morning. When it was close to noon, Zhou Tong finally arrived at the front of the line. He could see the magic test in front of him. The testing area was a circle on the ground. This circle was 10 meters in diameter, and there were 3 academy teachers inside. 2 were in charge of testing, while 1 was in charge of recording. The testing tools were a crystal ball, while the other was a complicated hexagonal magical formation. It doesn't seem to be much different from the original work. It's all the same as the light churches. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, this was normal. After all, according to the original work, Linley's grandfather Drinkwater had complained when Linley was being tested. The steps for testing magic talent were exactly the same as 5,000 years ago. There was no improvement at all. Mental strength, twice that of peers. No chance of becoming a mage. Next, one of the mages said impatiently. He motioned for the girl from before to leave and for the next boy to come forward. Put your hand on the crystal ball first and test your elemental affinity. He continued, his voice a bit hoarse. It was obvious that a morning of testing had made him hoarse from all the shouting. Soon, the 3 little boys standing in front of Zhou Tong walked up. They were a little nervous and a little expectant as they placed their hands on the crystal ball. Immediately, the entire crystal ball began to emit a misty green light. However, the light was not very bright. The mage said calmly, Age 8. Elemental affinity. Wind element. Average. No chance of being accepted by our academy. Next. After all, this is the first batch of students to enter the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force. It's better to go without than to be substandard. Most likely, only those with high-level talent will be accepted. Zhou Tong said to himself as he looked at the gloomy boy. The training time for a magus was very long, and the lessons here were free. Naturally, it was better to go without than to be substandard. Only those with high talent could be trained in a short period of time. With average elemental affinity, if one's spiritual energy reached the standard, one could definitely become a mage. But here, one didn't even need to take the spiritual energy test. One could just get lost. Chapter 9:12. Elemental affinity, light element, average. Not qualified. The magus in charge of the test spoke out, telling the boy to scram. The entire plaza was filled with dismay. In an entire morning, only a single student had met the requirements. This sort of test was simply too difficult. Next, place your hand on the crystal ball. The magus gestured for Zhou Tong to step forward. Zhou Tong's face was calm as he walked in, neither sad nor happy. Now that he knew his own talent, he wasn't worried at all about this sort of test, much less nervous. But just because Zhou Tong wasn't nervous didn't mean that Austin, who had brought him here, wasn't nervous either. Austin very much hoped that his homeland would give birth to another peerless expert, and this elemental affinity test was actually a symbol of that expert's potential. This was because Austin knew very well that the truly peerless experts of the continent wouldn't have weak elemental affinity. Under Austin's nervous gaze, Zhou Tong calmly placed his hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, like the sun rising from the horizon, the entire crystal ball suddenly became incomparably dazzling, and a resplendent light shot out in all directions. Even the impatient-looking magus in charge of the test revealed a look of surprise. One could clearly see that earthen yellow, aqua blue, and crimson light were intertwining within the crystal ball. The light was so dazzling that many nearby people couldn't help but squint their eyes, not daring to look directly at it. The previously noisy plaza instantly fell silent. The nervous Austin opened his eyes wide as he stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. The magus in charge of the test was stunned as well. This was a true, peerless genius. Age, 6 years old. Elemental affinity. Earth, water, and fire, exceptional. This person's heart was beating rapidly. He had been in charge of this test for half a month, but this was the first time he had seen such talent. Exceptional talent in 3 elements. This sort of talent had already surpassed the talent of the founder of the Baruch Kingdom, Linley. Linley had first become famous as a dual-element magus of the 7th rank. But now a 3-element magus had appeared, and a 3-element magus at that. Generally speaking, those with medium elemental affinity were qualified to become a mage. High elemental affinity was already a rare attribute, and as for superior elemental affinity, it was even rarer. Even in a small country, it was difficult to find more than a handful of superior attributes, let alone 3 superior attributes. Superior elemental affinity could be said to be 3 times faster than superior elemental affinity and 10 times faster than intermediate elemental affinity. This was a genuine increase in cultivation speed. What followed was the exclamations of the entire square. His elemental affinity was actually superior, and it was 3 elements at that. This was too terrifying. Oh my God, superior talent, and it's even 3 elements. This kind of talent is too amazing. Legend has it that Lord Linley only has 2 superior grade earth and wind elements, but he has 3. Countless people were shocked. Countless people looked at Zhou Tong with fiery gazes. They already saw him as a rising star. Of course, there were also people who were jealous. It's just elemental affinity. I haven't tested the strength of my mental strength yet. What if my mental strength isn't even comparable to an ordinary person's? That's right, if his mental strength isn't up to standard, then it'll be interesting. Some people who are jealous secretly curse it. Please enter the magic array to test your mental strength. Zhou Tong's talent won the approval of the mage hosting the ceremony. Although he was only a 6-year-old child, he still gave him enough respect. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and followed the mage's guidance into the magic array to test his mental strength. Immediately, a warm white light lit up, and then a wave of pressure directly acted on his soul. Light element magic, deterrence. This was a type of magic that could intimidate the soul. This magic was also the simplest way to test one's mental strength. The longer one could persist, the stronger their mental strength. Of course, this kind of mental pressure was just a light breeze to Zhou Tong. This was because his soul was a 4-elemental soul mutation of earth, water, fire, and destruction. From the moment he was born, his mental strength continued to grow, and grow as time passed, as if there was no limit to it. A 4-elemental soul mutation expert could directly obtain the symbol of great perfection, willpower. Although he hadn't given birth to willpower, it wasn't something that ordinary magic could interfere with. Zhou Tong stood alone in the middle of the magic array. As time passed, the light of the magic array became brighter and brighter. Naturally, the power of deterrence also became stronger and stronger. However, everyone in the square held their breaths. But everyone understood that this child already had a bright future. This was because the only person who had passed before didn't last as long as he did. An unbelievable 3-elemental affinity, coupled with an extremely powerful mental strength. As long as he didn't die midway, his future was already needless to say. Based on my previous observations, my current mental strength should be 200 times that of my peers, but this level of mental strength isn't even scratching the surface of my limits. Zhou Tong understood how exaggerated his performance was. However, he didn't mind being a bit more exaggerated because he wanted to attract the attention of the upper echelons of the Baruch kingdom. At this point in time, Linley was already a saint level. He had to seize every opportunity to become more powerful. Otherwise, not only would he miss out on the opportunity to enter the necropolis of the gods, he would also become the plaything of the gods in the future. In the coiling dragon world, as long as one had enough comprehension, one could stay at home and train to the great perfection. But if one wanted to grow quickly, one needed a certain amount of resources. One had to enter the upper echelons of society to broaden one's horizons. Magic was an important resource in the early stages, because every single magical incantation was a simplified version of the profound mysteries of the laws. Thus, Zhou Tong decided to show off a bit. Time passed, slowly. The light of the magic array grew brighter and brighter. Finally, the light reached a limit, and then it was extinguished. The magus in charge of the magic array had a look of exhaustion on his face as he stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. This magic array required a magus to pour his mage force into it in order to activate it. He was a magus of the 6th rank, but he was so exhausted that he couldn't even determine the spiritual energy of this person in front of him. Spiritual energy is at least 3,600 times greater than that of someone of the same age. The magus in charge of the ceremony was completely stunned. This level of spiritual energy had reached the level of a magus of the 6th rank, and this wasn't even his limit, because the magus in charge of the test was only of the 6th rank. The most he could determine was that he was of the 6th rank, and judging from how relaxed he looked, it was possible that he was far from reaching his limit. This sort of test would probably only be able to determine a small portion of his power. He was most likely of the 7th rank, a natural-born grand magus of the 7th rank. The magus was incomparably stunned as he sighed in amazement. According to the classification of magi, magi of the 1st and 2nd rank were junior magi, magi of the 3rd and 4th rank were mid-ranked magi, magi of the 5th and 6th rank were high-ranked magi, Magi of the 7th rank were Grand Magi. Magi of the 8th rank were Magus. Magi of the 9th rank were Grand Magus. And Magi of the Saint level were Sacred Magus. 3,600 times the spiritual energy of a Magus of the 6th rank? Then what level is 3,600? Hearing the words of the Magus in charge of the ceremony, Zhou Tong mentally compared himself. This ceremony had only been able to determine 1% of his spiritual energy. And Zhou Tong knew very well that this was only the quantification of spiritual energy. It couldn't determine its quality. His spiritual energy definitely wasn't just of the 7th rank. It might even be higher. Chapter 9:13. In the plaza in front of the Baruch Academy, everyone stared in shock at Zhou Tong. 3,600 times the spiritual energy. What sort of concept was this? Most people probably wouldn't be able to reach this level of spiritual energy in their entire lives. But this was just the starting point for this golden-haired child. Aside from their shock, some of the more talented magicians also felt downcast. The end point that they had dreamed of for their entire lives was just another person's starting point. For something like this to happen right in front of their eyes made them feel even more despair. Even Austin, who had brought Zhou Tong over, was shocked. Although he had hoped that Zhou Tong would pass the elemental essence affinity test, this result was simply too unbelievable. He had never heard of anyone who could exhaust a Magus to the point of exhaustion in the elemental essence affinity test. This was completely unprecedented. It was simply too astonishing. Genius. Too genius. This alone has already broken the historical record. The Magus in charge of the ceremony, after recovering from his shock, became excited. I should be considered to have passed the test, right? Zhou Tong looked at the Magus. Please wait here for a moment. This matter must be notified to the headmaster. After calming himself down, the Magus immediately realized that this wasn't something he could handle. He had to notify the headmaster of the Academy of Magic and Force, Linley. Indeed, the headmaster of the Baruch Academy was Linley. Although he didn't manage anything and was only a figurehead, he was still the headmaster. There was nothing for it. The Baruch kingdom hadn't even been formally established yet. Within the kingdom, the most skilled Magus was Linley, an arch-Magus of the 9th rank. The Magus immediately called out to his subordinates, instructing them to go notify the person who could manage this matter. There was no way this matter would be settled so easily. He hadn't even officially entered the school, but his spiritual energy had already reached the level of a Magus of the 7th rank. This was the standard for a graduate. Entering the school meant graduating. If he didn't notify the person who could make the decisions, he really wouldn't know what to do. Finally, I'm going to make contact with the upper echelons of the kingdom. Zhou Tong still stood there calmly. He did not have the time to attend classes and study according to the standards of the Magic Academy. According to the procedures of the Magic Academy, even if he could reach the first level in one semester, it would still take him at least 3 years to graduate. These 3 years were wasted because the Magic Academy wouldn't teach 7th, 8th, or 9th tier magic spells. One had to rely on a certain power to learn high-level magic spells. Therefore, Zhou Tong's little show was to attract the attention of the upper echelons of the kingdom. After attracting their attention, as long as he showed a certain amount of loyalty, he might be able to take a shortcut. Speaking of which, my parents died because of the struggle between the Holy Church and the Dark Church. Now that I think about it, I'm on the same side as Linley. Zhou Tong thought to himself. In truth, before Linley had entered the anarchic lands, most of the wars in the anarchic lands had to do with the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. These two churches needed to spread their faith. They needed faith. This sort of thing was easy to spread in the anarchic lands. Thus, the vast majority of the conflicts in the anarchic lands had to do with these two churches. Strictly speaking, it could be said that everyone in the anarchic lands had either direct or indirect enmity with these two churches. At the gates of the Baruch Academy, the testing was still going on, but Zhou Tong was already seated next to the testing magi. He was asking them for guidance on meditation techniques. Meditation was the foundation of all magi. Whether it was absorbing elemental essence in a mage force or increasing one's spiritual energy, one had to go through meditation. This was the foundation of all Magi's training, and the first step in every magus training. Thus, these Magi didn't try to hide anything from Zhou Tong. Instead, they enthusiastically taught him how to meditate. So that's how it is. So this is a meditation technique. Zhou Tong nodded to himself. He had been in this world for 6 years now. Although he had always been able to sense the earth, fire, and water elemental essences, he had never tried to absorb them. This was because he didn't know what the meditation techniques of this world were. Being a magus was a very meticulous profession. Without any legacies, if one casually absorbed the elemental essences of the world, who knew what would happen? The training methods of other worlds might not necessarily work in this world. After receiving the meditation technique, Zhou Tong impatiently began to train in it. The meditation technique, to be precise, was a special training method for the soul. It was specifically used to sense the various elemental essences of the world. As soon as he entered the meditative state, Zhou Tong immediately began to emanate a powerful aura. His spiritual energy, with the meditation technique as the core, began to once more gather together. His previously scattered spiritual energy began to gather together at an unimaginable speed into his sea of consciousness. Just the wisps of spiritual energy emanating from him were enough to cause the nearby Magi to feel their hearts tremble. This surge of spiritual energy was simply too terrifying. It made them feel as though they were facing a grand magus of the 8th or even the 9th rank. These people couldn't help but be aghast. They had underestimated this child. However, Zhou Tong didn't mind at all. He continued to meditate and reorganize his spiritual energy. Moreover, the speed at which it was being reorganized was simply too fast. The scattered spiritual energy gathered in his sea of consciousness and gradually turned into a vast ocean. It then continued to condense and directly condensed into a spirit crystal in his sea of consciousness. A spirit crystal of this level, in this world's terms, should be at the level of a 9th rank magus. If I take another small step forward, I should be able to reach the sacred domain. Zhou Tong thought to himself. But from the looks of it, I should still need another half a year to a year before I can continue to transform and truly become a sacred domain. Yes, I'm a 4-elemental soul mutation. The upper limit of my soul far surpasses others. Before reaching the divine level, the limit of my soul's strength is likely to surpass that of a lesser deity. It might even grow to the level of an intermediate deity. However, now that the spiritual energy has been reorganized, it's time for magical energy. As he continued to meditate, the magical elements representing the 3 elements of earth, water, and fire in the void immediately converged into a long river of 3 colors. It directly entered Zhou Tong's body, causing his entire body to emit a red, yellow, and blue radiance. This time, the Magi were even more astonished. Just by practicing, the elemental elements that were activated were actually so dense that they could be seen with the naked eye. It was simply inconceivable. After the massive amount of magical elements entered his body, they directly condensed in his middle dantian. They were then refined into wisps of magical energy. Very quickly, wisps of dense fog exuding an earthy yellow, aqua blue, and crimson red color appeared in his middle dantian. In the coiling dragon world, the lower dantian was where the fighting aura was stored, the middle dantian was where the magical energy was stored, and the upper dantian was where the spiritual energy was stored. If one were to practice either magic or warrior, there would be an empty dantian in the body. Practicing both magic and warrior was the best way to utilize one's potential before reaching the divine level in this world. Chapter 9:14. At the same time, on the other side, outside of Baruch's city, within Mt. Blackraven. Ever since he had decided to establish his kingdom, Linley had been training within Mt. Blackraven. At this moment, Linley was dressed in a very simple sky blue robe. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and he was wielding a violet longsword as he trained with the sword by the side of a lake. Wherever the violet sword passed, even the air itself seemed to distort, causing Linley's body to appear somewhat blurry. Not too far away, a black rat was leisurely lying on the surface of the lake, squinting its eyes and enjoying the sunlight. It was the divine beast Linley had abducted when he was young, the god-eater rat BB. But in the next moment, BB suddenly rose to his feet. In a very human-like manner, a suspicious look appeared on his face, and then he quickly flew into the air, flying towards the lake. A mage-looking person was approaching MT Blackraven. "Who is it?" BB floated next to the person and asked. "Lord BB, I am an instructor at the Baruch Academy. I have an important matter to report to Lord Linley." The magus immediately said, "BB, who is it?" Right at this moment, Linley, in the middle of his training, put away his sword and looked over. "Boss, an instructor from the Baruch Academy is looking for you." BB turned and shouted, "The Baruch Academy. I almost forgot." Linley was startled, but then he came to his senses. He had just assumed the title of principal of the Baruch Academy. Taking a step forward, Linley transformed into a gust of wind and appeared in front of the magus. "What is it?" Linley asked. "It's like this. Just now, a peerless genius appeared at the magus testing area. We don't know what to do." The person succinctly explained to Linley what had just happened. At the age of 6, his spiritual force is at least that of a magus of the 6th rank, or possibly even a magus of the 7th rank. Linley was also somewhat flabbergasted. This kind of talent was far beyond his imagination. In Linley's entire life, the most talented magus he had ever met was Delia's older brother, Dixie. But even Dixie was only a beyond-level magus in both the elements of wind and fire. Given that his spiritual essence was 68 times that of an ordinary person, there was a huge gap between him and Zhou Tong, who was a beyond-level magus in all 3 elements and had 3,000 times the spiritual essence. "Wow, she broke your record at the age of 6? BB also made an exaggerated expression. "Sir Linley, he hasn't even entered the academy, but he has already met the requirements to graduate. This kind of person, we really don't know how to deal with. Besides, he's still so young," the mage said with a troubled expression. They couldn't teach such a genius. Even if Linley hadn't yet learned any magical incantations, all he needed to do was read a few books and he would understand. There was no way they could interfere. A natural-born Grand Magus. "So there's a genius like this. Bring him to see me," Linley said. At the same time, at the gates of the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong's first meditation session had finally concluded. "If my guess is correct, my spiritual essence has already reached the level of a magus of the 9th rank. But to reach the level of a magus of the 9th rank, I still need at least a year." Zhou Tong said to himself. Fusing with Mage Force was a very long process, especially for someone like Zhou Tong, who had started from nothing and directly reached the level of a magus of the 9th rank. The amount of time needed was even longer. But to the vast majority of magi, the bottleneck in their advancement was their spiritual essence. Their spiritual essence broke through slowly, which was why it seemed as though they didn't need to spend time fusing with Mage Force. Linley's spiritual essence had broken through from the 6th rank to the 7th rank, but it had taken him a month to fuse with the Mage Force. Zhou Tong had gone from 0 to the 9th rank, and he had one more element than Linley, but it would take him at least a year to fuse with the Mage Force, perhaps even longer. However, after fusing with a portion of the Mage Force, I can clearly sense that my body has improved. Zhou Tong inspected his own body. The golden light that had been everywhere in his body had become even denser. Clearly, the rate at which his blood was mutating had increased. Not only that, but the battle chi in his dantian seemed to have been stimulated by the Mage Force as well, and it was showing an unprecedented level of activity. Most likely, he would soon break through to become a warrior of the 7th rank. "Since I have to wait here, then I'll continue to train. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he immediately began to circulate his battle qi. As Zhou Tong circulated his battle qi, his entire dantian began to tremble. The golden battle qi, which had been extremely viscous and nearly liquid, began to surge forth like a tidal wave. In a short period of time, the battle qi in his body had reached an unprecedented peak. Rumble! Even as the battle qi in his body circulated, there was a thunderous sound. This change was too violent. Every strand of battle qi in his body was transforming in essence. I'm finally going to break through to the 7th rank. Zhou Tong continued to circulate his energy as he quietly observed the changes in his body. Very quickly, drops of golden battle qi, as heavy as mercury, began to condense in his dantian. As time passed, more and more of it gathered faster and faster. In a short quarter of an hour, all the battle qi had completely liquefied, transforming into an even more powerful battle qi of the 7th rank. Boom! After reaching the 7th rank, the completely transformed golden battle qi immediately began to circulate through Zhou Tong's meridians. His entire body was nourished by the brand new battle qi, causing Zhou Tong's strength to increase, his bones to become harder, and his body to become even more sturdy. At this time, Zhou Tong once again opened his eyes. 7th rank warrior, I've finally reached the 7th rank. With my strength, a 7th rank warrior is enough to defeat an 8th rank warrior. The current me can finally be considered to have a bit of strength. Zhou Tong said inwardly. With the mutation of his bloodline, Zhou Tong's physical strength became extremely terrifying. Even the undying warriors with the greatest strength and defense among the 4 great supreme warriors couldn't compare to Zhou Tong at the same level. It was because Zhou Tong's opponent wasn't an ordinary undying warrior at all, but rather one of the 4 divine beasts, the black tortoise, and a descendant of the black tortoise from several generations ago. With Zhou Tong's current heavenly horned ant bloodline density, it was only equivalent to the 4th or 5th generation of the black tortoise. However, it could be foreseen that as the degree of his bloodline mutation became higher and higher, it would advance to the 3rd generation, 2nd generation. After advancing to the 7th rank, my spiritual force has been reorganized, and, at the same time, I have to come into contact with magic. What follows is the core of this world's cultivation system, the profound mysteries of laws. Zhou Tong had long thought about his following cultivation process. He had already planned everything out. Right now, what he needed to do was to advance according to his plan. Con, Sir Linley invites you. Right at this time, the mage who went to inform Linley returned. Chapter 9:15. Lord Linley invites you. This sentence silenced the entire plaza once again. Even Austin, who had brought Zhou Tong over, was rather shocked. Zhou Tong's talent had actually attracted the attention of a sanctuary fighter. What followed was an uproar. A mere 6-year-old child had actually caught the attention of a sanctuary fighter. Con, to the side, Austin was rather worried. It's fine, don't worry about me. You guys can go back first. Zhou Tong looked at Austin and said. Austin stared at Zhou Tong for a while, then nodded. The way things had developed had already exceeded his expectations and imagination. Lead the way. After settling Austin down, he then looked at the mage, unfazed by honor and disgrace. Such qualities at the age of 6. Looks like it won't be long before another impressive fighter appears in the world. The mage thought to himself, talent and whatnot could be made up for by hard work, or even some fortuitous encounters. But if one's temperament was too weak, even if one's talent was shocking, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. And if one combined talent and temperament, as long as they didn't encounter any major changes in the future, their future would be smooth sailing. Please follow me. The mage subconsciously humbled himself and said respectfully to Zhou Tong, Please follow me. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and followed the mage out of the testing plaza. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll kidnap you? The mage asked curiously along the way. His expression carried some amusement and ridicule, as if he was waiting for Zhou Tong's panicked expression. Kidnap me? Just because you're a 6th-tier mage? Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at him and said leisurely, by the way, magic isn't my only way out. I'm a 7th-tier warrior. You're so close to me. If I want to attack, you won't be able to escape. The mage staggered, feeling as if his heart had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. F***CK. Do you have to be so hurtful? Are you for real? You're a 7th-tier warrior? With a suspicious gaze, the magician turned his head to look at Zhou Tong, and the two men's eyes instantly met. In an instant, the magician judged that Zhou Tong was not lying based on his many years of experience. Zhou Tong's eyes were calm, deep, calm, and confident. There was no trace of panic at all. He had only seen such a gaze from one person before, and that was Linley. How terrifying. I feel like I'm seeing Lord Linley again. The magician was secretly horrified. This was simply a monster, having such a mentality at such a young age. At this moment, the mage felt as if he had lived his entire life in vain. Without another word, the magus quickly brought Zhou Tong to Mt. Blackraven. As he neared Mt. Blackraven, Zhou Tong immediately sensed a faint trace of psychic energy lingering around him, as if it was observing him. Is this Linley's psychic energy? Zhou Tong thoughtfully glanced in the direction of the psychic energy, and it was this glance that caused Linley, who was on Mt. Blackraven, to be shocked. Boss, what's wrong? The God-Eater Rat BB was rather curious about Linley's reaction as well. He really is a peerless genius. How is he a natural-born Grand Magus? He's a natural-born Grand Magus. His psychic energy is no longer below mine. Linley sighed in amazement. Wow, is this for real? He's only a 6-year-old brat, but his psychic energy is already at the level of an Archmagus of the 9th rank. Then, as long as he learns magic incantations, he'll be a triple-element Archmagus of the 9th rank, even more powerful than you, boss. BB was shocked. Yes, as expected, there's always someone better than you. All sorts of geniuses are simply unimaginable. Linley sighed with emotion. Just as Linley was sighing with emotion, the magus had already brought Zhou Tong in front of Linley. This was also the first time Zhou Tong had seen the main character of this world. Linley. He was dressed in a sky-blue robe. Tall, strong, steady, and graceful. These two completely opposite auras formed a perfect unity on his body. You are Khan? Linley was once again stunned. Previously, his psychic energy had been resisted by Zhou Tong's psychic energy, and so he hadn't been able to see many things. But now that they were face to face, he naturally sensed that Zhou Tong's movements were abnormally steady. He definitely wasn't an ordinary child. He was a warrior, and at a high level. At the very least, he was a warrior of the 5th rank. Linley was secretly shocked. He really was a monster amongst monsters. Not only was his talent in magic unparalleled, even his talent as a warrior was unparalleled. Even Linley had such a feeling. The nearby God-Eater Rat BB's senses were even sharper. He stared at Zhou Tong for a long time, then sent mentally to Linley, Boss, this kid gives me a very strange feeling. Looking at him, it's as though I'm facing a savage beast. He's at least a warrior of the 7th rank. Linley understood. He knew that he might have underestimated Zhou Tong. Lord Linley, Zhou Tong was neither servile nor overbearing as he bowed. You're already a powerful warrior. For you to reach this level of power at your age, perhaps in the future you'll become the youngest saint-level warrior. Why do you still want to take the Magus test? Linley asked directly. Nothing can go wrong with learning more things. Zhou Tong said, I've heard that magic is extremely mysterious. It can do many things that warriors cannot. In addition, the power of forbidden spells far surpasses that of warriors. What reason do I have not to pursue such a mysterious, powerful, and noble profession? Haha, well said. Linley began to laugh loudly. By nature, Linley was an extremely ambitious person who sought to make himself stronger. The people he admired the most were those who were ambitious. But right now, your spiritual essence has already reached the standard for graduation from the Baruch Academy. What are you planning to do next? Lindley continued to ask. The standard for graduation from the Academy is to be a magus of the 6th rank. Although my spiritual essence has reached the standard, the mage force in my body hasn't reached the standard. In addition, I don't know a single magical incantation. I can't really be considered to have reached the standard. Zhou Tong shook his head. Magical incantations were of utmost importance. Every single magical incantation had been painstakingly written by a sovereign. They were all simplified versions of the profound mysteries of the laws. Anyone below the deity level who wished to use magic had to go through these incantations. Even a prime saint wouldn't be able to change a single magical incantation. In addition, when using magic, one would be able to unleash the power of the profound mysteries of the laws without having any understanding of the profound mysteries. This was why Magi's attack power was far greater than that of warriors. You should know that magical incantations of the 7th rank and above aren't so easily acquired. Since you are a citizen of the Baruch Kingdom, I am willing to give you the position of Chief Imperial Magus. Lindley continued. After having truly sensed Zhou Tong's talent, Lindley had already prepared to recruit him. After all, this was a potential seed of the saint level. In addition, Lindley knew that Zhou Tong's chances of becoming a Grand Magus Saint were probably even higher than his own. Lindley's kingdom had just been established, and he himself had spent most of his time training. He needed a Magus like this to hold the fort. Although he had an Archmagus of the 9th rank, Cyrus, by his side, that was a Grand Magus Necromancer. He couldn't just casually take him out. As for Zhou Tong's age, just from that short conversation, Lindley already knew that this sort of person couldn't be judged by his age. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. However, I'm afraid I'm not yet qualified for this position. Lindley was naturally willing to accept this position. After all, this was currently the fastest way to acquire high-ranked magical incantations. However, he knew very well that right now, all he had was spiritual energy. He didn't understand magic at all. Of course I know. However, I can give you this position for now. Next, you will stay at the Institute for a period of time. Build your foundation and formally become an Archmagus of the 9th rank. As Lindley spoke, he withdrew 3 books from his interspatial ring, a talisman, and a magic crystal card, tossing them to Zhou Tong. You can find all the low-level magic incantations in the Academy's library. These are the 7, 8, 9, and even forbidden magic incantations of the earth, water, and fire elements that aren't in the library. Take them and study them. This talisman is the Dragonblood Medallion of our Baruch Kingdom. With it, you will be able to move about freely within the Institute. This magic crystal card contains 100,000 gold coins. This is your salary as the Chief Court Magus of the Baruch Kingdom. In the future, every year, you will remit 100,000 gold coins into it. The Baruch Kingdom had just begun. Lindley was very generous. If he wanted money, he would give him money. If he wanted resources, he would give him resources. Chapter 9:16. Carrying the things Lindley had given him, Zhou Tong once again returned to the plaza of Baruch City. It was already very late, and the sun had already set. Zhou Tong headed directly to the residence of the people of Qinghu Town. Everything he had experienced today was undoubtedly a huge shock to the people of Qinghu Town, especially when they found out that Zhou Tong had already been bestowed the title of Court Magus by Lindley. They were even more shocked. That night, dinner was turned into a party by the group of people led by Austin to celebrate Zhou Tong's promotion. Early the next morning, Zhou Tong bade farewell to the people of Qinghu Town and went to the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force by himself. With the medallion Lindley had given him, he was able to move about unimpeded. The Academy had even arranged a small courtyard for him to live in. The Baruch Academy of Magic and Force was an academy established at the same time as the Baruch Kingdom, and its principal was Lindley. Thus, it was extremely wealthy and occupied an extremely large area, with a circumference of nearly 20 kilometers. There were restaurants, clothing stores, bars, and other service establishments. It was like a small city. Most likely, Linley brought over many things from the Ernst Institute. Zhou murmured to himself as he browsed through the books. After all, many of the things here were simply too similar to the Ernst Institute described in the original work. However, there were still many places that hadn't been built yet. Thus, Zhou quickly finished his tour. Afterwards, he went directly to the Academy's library. Although the Baruch Academy was still under construction, the library had been completed long ago. However, there weren't many books in the library yet. One could see that there were only about 100,000 books in the library. After all, the Baruch Kingdom has only just been established. It doesn't have enough resources. Zhou said to himself, but it doesn't matter. It's good that there aren't many books. It saved me time to search for them. Qingshan Town taught people how to read. Although it was only the most basic literacy, Zhou didn't have to worry about being unable to read. He casually walked past the bookshelves. Most of the books on the bookshelves were related to magical beasts. After all, magical beasts were actually a kind of resource for some powerhouses, so they needed a lot of books to explain. The fur of magic beasts was a good material for making armor, and the bones of some magic beasts could be directly used to make weapons. Moreover, magic beast meat was also the favorite of many powerhouses. High-level magic beast meat contained abundant mana. Eating this kind of meat for a long time could play a role in nourishing one's body. Why were so many nobles able to cultivate so quickly even though they had never gone through such cruel training? The most important factor was that they ate well. After walking past the bookshelves that were filled with books on magical beasts, the next section was filled with books on the history and geography of the Yulan continent. This included the three major magical beast gathering grounds of the Yulan continent: the mountain range of magical beasts, the mountain range of the setting sun, and the forest of darkness, as well as the two major empires of the Yulan continent, the Yulan Empire and the O'Brien Empire. However, he could slowly look at these things in the future. Right now, the most important thing for Zhou was the magic incantation, the low-level magic incantation. Soon, he arrived at another section. This section had the fewest number of books. They were all books on magic incantations, as well as some notes and insights of previous magicians. He walked directly to the bookshelves and took out the three most numerous books: Complete Earth-Style Magic Incantations, Complete Water-Style Magic Incantations, and Complete Fire-Style Magic Incantations. The books on these types of magic incantations were the most numerous. There were over 100 books on each type of incantation. Of course, these 100 books were all exactly the same. This was in order to prevent too many students from borrowing them, so they were basically all duplicated. After receiving these three books, Zhou began to carefully flip through them one by one. Half an hour later, he closed the last book, Complete Fire-Style Magic Incantations. Thus far, Zhou had memorized all the incantations for Earth-Style, Water-Style, and Fire-Style magic incantations, from the first level to the forbidden level. It's time to give it a try. A hint of excitement appeared in Zhou eyes. Placing the books back on the bookshelves, he immediately headed towards the mountains behind the academy. Although the mountains behind the Baruch Academy were called mountains, in reality, they were just a few 100-meter-tall mounts. However, the environment here wasn't bad. It was a pristine forest with all sorts of towering trees. Occasionally, one could even see some small animals such as rabbits and pheasants. It should be around here. Zhou came to a spot near a pile of chaos and stood still. Although my spiritual energy is powerful, my mage force is still too weak. Right now, I'm at most comparable to a magus of the second rank. I'd better start from the basics. Zhou focused his mind and began to silently chant the words to a fire-style magic incantation. Magic incantations were very strange things. Whether one chanted them silently, in a low voice, or loudly, there was no difference. Because magic incantations weren't necessary to activate magic, they were only needed to allow the magus spiritual energy to reach a certain state. Thus, some high-ranked magi didn't need to chant incantations to instantly cast low-level spells. As he chanted the incantation, Zhou Tong felt a surge of fire-style, mage force begin to stir within his dantian. A short while later, bang! A human head-sized fireball appeared in front of Zhou Tong, emanating scorching heat. Fire-style spell of the first rank, Fireball. Zhou Tong stretched his hand into the fireball. This was a spell of the first rank. It wouldn't be able to harm him, a warrior of the 7th rank. So this is the power of a spell of the first rank. Not bad. It should be about 3,000 degrees. Allowing his hand to be bathed in flames, Zhou Tong nodded. Then, with a clap of his hand, he dispersed the fireball. 3,000 degrees. On Earth, this was the maximum temperature of fire. But in this magical world, this was merely a spell of the first rank. Next, let's try water-style magic. Zhou Tong once more silently chanted the words to an incantation. Very quickly, with a ripple of water-style mage force, an arrow of ice appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Water-style spell of the first rank, Frostbolt. Swoosh! The arrow quickly flew out from Zhou Tong's side and hit a rock not far away. Immediately, the rock was cracked open. Especially in the crack, there was a faint cold air coming out. The penetrative power of the arrow and the freezing power of the cold air, the power is not bad. Zhou Tong nodded and then continued to chant. This time it was an earth-style spell. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Zhou Tong spent his mornings and afternoons practicing magic in the mountains behind the academy. In the afternoon, he would spend his time in the library, further absorbing the knowledge of this world. At night, he would replace sleep with meditation, meditating while refining his mage force. Although it had only been half a year, Zhou Tong's mage force had already risen to the level of a level 9 mage force. Moreover, he was already very proficient in using earth-style, fire-style, and water-style mage force. Chapter 9:17. The Dragonblood warrior Linli was about to be married to the young miss of the Lian clan of the Yulan Empire, Delia. The day of the wedding was also the day that the Baruch kingdom was officially established. Time: Yulan calendar, year 10010, July 21st. Location: Baruch City. This news was like a hurricane, instantly spreading throughout the entire anarchic lands and to the other regions of the Yulan continent as well. At the same time, one invitation after another was sent out from Baruch City to every corner of the Yulan continent. Instantly, everyone in the Yulan continent focused their attention on the Baruch Duchy that was about to be established. At this moment, in the Yulan continent, everyone who had some sort of relationship with Linli, as well as the leaders of major powers, had received an invitation. After all, this wasn't just Linli's wedding. It was also the official establishment of the Baruch kingdom. Naturally, as the chief court magus that Linli had personally appointed, Zhou Tong received an invitation as well. Most likely, all of the high-level members of the Yulan continent who have no enmity with Linli will appear. Zhou Tong placed the invitation on the table as he spoke leisurely. Rumble. But right at this moment, an enormous explosion suddenly rang out. Zhou Tong immediately rose to his feet, leaping to the top of a nearby building and looking towards the source of the explosion. The governor's manor. It's Linli's manor. He was attacked? The Radiant Church? Zhou Tong instantly realized that someone must have attacked Linli. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, a brilliant ray of white light rose up from the location of the attack. It was like the sun had risen from the horizon, carrying with it boundless light that pierced through the darkness. Indeed, Desri, a prime saint, is here as well. This battle won't be fought. Zhou Tong shook his head, then returned to his little courtyard. Sitting down on the grass, he continued to meditate and gain insights into the laws of the universe. Right, gaining insights into the laws of the universe. In the past half year, Zhou Tong had already embarked on the path of gaining insights into the laws of the universe, and his insights were quite deep. Thus, the mana that would have taken him a year to refine had been completely refined in half a year, and he had reached the level of a ninth-tier magician. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhou Tong seemed to be completely immersed in nature. This wondrous feeling made him forget the passage of time. Even the feeling of being completely close to nature made Zhou Tong's mind and body glow with an exuberant vitality. The heaviness of the earth and the vitality of life were completely transmitted into Zhou Tong's heart at this moment. In a daze, he seemed to feel something he had never felt before. Boom! Right at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly punched out. His fist was like a mountain, and its power was vast and endless. It caused the surrounding space to tremble endlessly and emit bursts of explosive sounds. The terrifying attack even caused the void to tremble. It was as if an incomparably terrifying monster had suddenly turned over. This punch didn't contain any do, chi, or magic power. It was just a punch made by his physical body. However, such a frightening scene appeared. One could imagine the power of this punch. After painstakingly cultivating for half a year, this punch has finally stabilized. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. If I didn't guess wrongly, this punch should contain the profound mysteries of strength and vitality. From the very beginning, I comprehended these two profound mysteries by fusing them together. However, the profound mysteries of this world's laws are indeed somewhat strange. Zhou Tong recalled the feeling of comprehending the law of earth, and his heart felt somewhat strange. If the law of earth was in the shrouding heaven world or the world of immortals, it would be called the great Tao of earth. Zhou Tong indeed had an extremely deep understanding of such things. However, the profound mysteries of this world's laws were somewhat different from the great Tao of earth of other worlds. There were some subtle differences. Of course, it wasn't to say that there were contradictions, but some differences in the way of expression and some differences in the process of comprehension. The biggest difference was that the profound mysteries of this world's laws were too organized. Comprehending it felt as if someone was artificially dividing the great Tao of earth of this world into small pieces. If one wanted to completely understand the entire great Tao of earth, one had to gather all the fragments and fuse them together to form a complete great Tao. Of course, Zhou Tong also knew that the one who had divided the great Tao was definitely Hong Meng, the god of creation. However, the more he comprehended, the more Zhou Tong felt the wonders of this world's cultivation system. What he was interested in wasn't the so-called saint low-level deity, mid-level deity, or high-level deity, which only appeared on the surface, but something more fundamental, the division of the great Tao. In the past, cultivation was more like comprehending and analyzing the great Tao of earth as a whole. However, in this world, the cultivation path was comprehending and analyzing the minute details. If one were to use a metaphor to make a comparison, then Zhou Tong's cultivation method in the past was chaotic. He directly started from the main body of the great Tao, and whatever he comprehended was whatever it was. However, the cultivation method in this world was extremely clear and organized. He could even use the details to reflect the whole and obtain something that belonged to him. The most important thing was that these minute details could actually be recombined into a complete great Tao through the operation of fusion. If he were to bring this method of division back to his main body and let him do the same to his main body's great Tao, he would be able to divide it into clear basic units and then fuse them together again. Without a doubt, this was definitely a supreme method to stabilize one's foundation. Just like water, if it was decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen and then fused back into water, it would definitely allow one to have a deeper understanding of water. Actually, the Tao of this world isn't that different from the shrouding the heavens world. There are only two differences. The first is that the cultivation method is different. One starts from the whole, the other starts from the minute details. The other is that the creator of this world, Hong Meng, seems to have intentionally set up a layer of fog for the great Tao. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong was somewhat speechless. When Zhou Tong himself was comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws, he had indeed felt a sort of man-made fog. Moreover, through the original work, Zhou Tong was extremely confident of this point. Hong Meng had clearly set up some hidden traps for the profound mysteries of the laws. The most obvious thing was that when comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws, the beginner and the great circle were clearly shrouded in fog. Once one reached the beginner level of the profound mysteries of the laws, one would be able to quickly deduce them, but once one reached the limit, one would be stuck. Thus, many demigods and gods would be stuck at these 2 points. Either they were unable to reach the beginner level of the profound mysteries of the laws, and were unable to sense the corresponding profound mysteries, or they were stuck at the final step of Great Circle, unable to break through no matter how hard they tried. It isn't just a single profound mystery that is shrouded in fog. Even fusion is shrouded in fog. Finding the point of convergence between 2 profound mysteries is one part of the fog. Fusing it to the point of great perfection is another part of the fog. But as far as I am concerned, I already have an extremely deep level of insight. Although I don't have much of an advantage over others in terms of seeing through the fog, I have a much greater advantage in terms of things outside of the fog. Zhou Tong silently sensed the fused profound mysteries of strength and profound mysteries of life. He could already roughly estimate how many years it would take for him to fuse these 2 profound mysteries to the limit. 20 years. If I go all out, I'll only need 20 years to fuse these 2 profound mysteries to the limit. By then, I'll be just 1 step away from becoming a god. Zhou Tong said to himself. Chapter 9:18. Yulan Calendar, Year 10010. July 21st. Baruch City was incomparably lively. Today was the official founding day of the Baruch Kingdom, and also the day of Linley's and Delia's wedding. The entire palace was bustling with noise and excitement. There were many guests present, all of whom were high-level figures of the Yulan continent. Zhou Tong naturally was present as well. Only, having reached the 9th rank, he had officially taken over as an imperial magus. He was dressed in an expensive magus's robe, and he was present in the palace, quietly watching as the various guests came to congratulate him. Linley looks very excited, but in reality, he's already very tired. Zhou Tong held a cup of fruit juice in his hands, a hint of a smile on his face. Zhou Tong knew very well that Linley was the same type of person as himself. Neither of them liked to socialize. What they believed in was strength. This sort of person, if faced with a powerful enemy, would probably be much more excited and filled with a boundless fighting spirit. But if this sort of person had to socialize, that would be too tiring. As time went on, more and more experts appeared. The disciples of the War Gods College have arrived. Lord Mackenzie has arrived. Lord O'Casey of the Cult of Shadows has arrived. The 3 disciples of the High Priest of the Yulan Empire have arrived. Experts from all over the world had appeared, and all of them were saint-level experts. Only now did everyone feel a mountain-like, terrifying pressure. Those who had arrived early, and those who were slightly weaker, were all trembling in fear. In the end, the Yulan continent was still a world where strength reigned supreme. The deities made all the decisions, followed by the various saint-level experts. As for the others, regardless of whether they were of the 8th or 9th rank, they were all the same in front of saint-level experts. However, these people didn't have much to do with Zhou Tong. He just ate while quietly watching these so-called experts chat amongst themselves. Occasionally, he would even hear some gossip. Not many of those experts noticed Zhou Tong, because his age was there for all to see. Everyone says that Linley is the #1 genius of the continent. I feel as though that title of #1 genius will soon be taken away by you. Right at this moment, a lazy voice suddenly rang out in Zhou Tong's ears. Someone actually noticed him? Zhou Tong was surprised and immediately turned his head to look to the side. It was a lazy man in a loose robe. He was holding a wine cup and drinking wine leisurely. TSK. Linley's also a freak. Where did he find such a genius like you? The lazy man sized up Zhou Tong curiously. Lord Caesar. At this moment, a burly man not far away, suddenly looked in their direction. This man was none other than one of Linley's subordinates, Barker. The other undying warriors also wanted to walk over, but Caesar said impatiently, "Don't come so close, I don't want to attract attention. Keep a low profile." Barker and his brothers could only smile awkwardly, greeting Caesar from afar. So it's Caesar. He lives up to his reputation as a deity. He actually noticed me at first glance. Zhou Tong suddenly understood. Caesar was an assassin, and naturally, every time he went to a place, he would subconsciously observe his surroundings. This was the vigilance of someone who had been an assassin for many years. Caesar, however, just as Zhou Tong was about to reply, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Caesar raised his head, instantly feeling awkward. The person who had called out to him was the holy maiden of the Shrine of Ice. Caesar was an old scumbag. In the past, he had wronged this holy maiden. Now that he had been caught, he felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles. Zhou Tong looked at Caesar's appearance with great interest. A divine-level expert owing a huge debt of love, this kind of scene. TSK. The day quickly passed, and the bustling atmosphere in Baruch City died down. Night fell. Both the wedding and the founding ceremony had concluded. Linley could now go to the bridal chamber with peace of mind. At this time, Zhou Tong returned to his little courtyard to further meditate on the edicts of the world. The heaviness of the earth, the savagery of the flames, the flowing water, and that omnipresent aura of destruction. Zhou Tong once more immersed himself in his training. His body and mind were close to nature, as though he had become one with the world. Time slowly flowed on. Spring left and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, aside from the occasional trip back to Green Lake Town, Zhou Tong had been training in the mountains behind Baruch Academy, enduring the cold and the heat. He wore a thin robe, and every day he would quietly sit in the meditative position in the mountains, sensing the vastness of the world around him. He sensed the mysteries of this world that were different from those of other worlds. He sensed the differences between the laws of this world and those of other worlds. Every day, he would sit in the meditative position, sensing the boundless power and vitality of the earth. He could clearly feel the vastness of the earth beneath his feet and clearly feel the heaviness of the earth. The passing of spring and the arrival of autumn, watching the withering and flourishing of the plants on the ground, gave him a deep understanding of the vitality of the earth. Every day, he would sit in a meditative position, quietly watching the rain, the fog, and the snow. This gave Zhou Tong a deeper understanding of the water of the world. Every day, he would sit in a meditative position, quietly sensing the temperature of the world. He could even sense the explosive magma of the fire veins in the depths of the earth. Every day, he would sit in a meditative position, sensing the destructive power of nature. Torrential rain, fierce wind, winter snow. Because of this, Zhou Tong's aura had undergone a huge change. There was the steadiness, vitality, and power of the earth, as well as the unpredictability of water, as cold as ice, as vigorous and explosive as flames, as well as an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. However, these extremely complex and even completely opposite auras were now perfectly intertwined on Zhou Tong's body, giving him a different kind of aura. To be more precise, it should be closer to the essence of the heavenly horned ant, violent, domineering, and boundless strength. In the past 3 years, Zhou Tong's training was primarily focused on comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Occasionally, he would also train as a warrior and a magus. In reality, ever since he had embarked on the path of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, Zhou Tong had rarely trained as a warrior or a magus. This was because this type of training was secondary to the laws of heaven and earth. In particular, his training as a magus had practically been put aside, because magical incantations were simplified versions of the profound mysteries of the laws. Aside from when he wanted to find some inspiration, he rarely continued to study magic. But despite this, his control over magic had improved along with his understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws. Spells of the 8th rank, which only ordinary Grand Magus Saints could instantly cast, were now easily cast in Zhou hands. In addition, in the process of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, Zhou would sometimes, on a whim, create a fist technique, a sword technique, or a hammer technique based on the laws of heaven and earth he had comprehended. These 3 years were also the 3 years in which he had transformed. Right now, the 10-year-old Zhou could already confidently say that he was the most powerful person in the entire Baruch kingdom. Chapter 919. And on this day, Zhou Tong's Dou Qi and spirit suddenly became exceptionally lively. Oh, is it starting? Holy Warrior and Holy Magus are breaking through at the same time. Zhou Tong's heart was devoid of sadness or joy, completely calm. It was as if his mind was wandering, quietly sensing the changes in his body. The first thing that changed was the Dou Qi in his body. Golden Dou Qi flowed through his entire body. Under the nourishment of the Dou Qi, his internal organs and even his limbs and bones quickly became stronger. Looking inside himself, Zhou Tong's body was already golden. Regardless of whether it was his bones, internal organs, or flesh, they all turned into a brilliant golden color. Even now, following his breakthrough, waves of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, as if he was a golden man cast from gold. A strange feeling of indestructibility instantly emerged. If someone saw this, they would definitely be shocked by Zhou Tong's terrifying body. Even an undying warrior would have to admit defeat. While his body was transforming, his spirit also began to transform a step further. The soul crystal in his body also began to tremble, the enormous spirit in his body quickly condensing towards the soul crystal. Rumble! There was a thunderous sound. Zhou Tong's spiritual power was constantly transforming, and the sea of spiritual power was shrinking. However, even though his spirit had shrunk a lot, it was countless times purer than before, and he could control it more flexibly. Moreover, the most important thing was that the appearance of the soul crystal also began to change. The transformation speed is too slow. I have to speed it up a bit. Zhou Tong's mind was moved, and he immediately began to comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws. The profound mysteries of the laws of Earth's life force, and the profound mysteries of strength continuously merged in his mind. As Zhou Tong comprehended the laws with all his strength, the transformation speed of his spirit immediately sped up by a large amount. Several days later, Zhou Tong's spiritual power finally completed its transformation. At this moment, his soul crystal had already disappeared. An ant appeared in the air above his soul ocean, which was dozens of times purer than before. It was a translucent ant with a single horn on its head. It was covered in strands of gold. There was also a layer of extremely rich golden light covering the ant. This was the innate radiance of this world's divine beasts, and it could be used to defend against soul attacks. Heavenly Horned Ant. Without a doubt, this soul's form was precisely that of a heavenly horned ant. After reaching the Grand Magus Saint level, his soul first completed its transformation, becoming the heavenly horned ant form. As expected, my soul is in the form of a heavenly horned ant, Zhou Tong said inwardly. In fact, the shape of the soul was not fixed. Everyone was different, and it was related to their cultivation path. Some people had the exact same form as themselves, while others had the form of weapons or even spheres. People like Zhou Tong, who had a human form but an ant-like soul, were in the minority. The realm of Grand Magus Saint is indeed different from the rest. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and felt that the world in front of him was somewhat different from before. The fluctuations between the various elements in the world were unprecedentedly clear. Oh, something's not right. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's expression froze. He carefully looked at his own soul. On the heavenly horned ant's soul, there were wisps of golden power rippling. If one carefully examined it, they would discover that this wave of power seemed to have some type of pattern. Such a thing? Could it be the so-called innate unique skill? Zhou Tong subconsciously realized that this type of energy circulation trajectory should be the so-called innate unique skill. In Coiling Dragon World, there were some divine beasts that not only had innate divine abilities, they also had innate unique skills. For example, Gem, as an amethyst divine beast, his innate divine ability was called Amethyst Rampart. This was a type of defensive, innate divine ability. In the original work, it had previously defended against Bayu's Great Perfection attack for a short period of time. However, what Gem was most famous for was still his innate unique skill, Amethyst Space. This was a unique skill that outsiders could learn. It was a special application produced after merging the throbbing pulse of the Earth and gravitational space mysteries. In reality, other divine beasts also had similar powers. Of course, divine beasts that had both innate divine abilities and innate unique skills were still extremely rare. Could it be that after my heavenly horned ant's bloodline mutated, it also has an innate unique skill? Zhou Tong was also a bit pleasantly surprised. This was an innate unique skill. In terms of attack power, the profound mysteries contained within were only the basics, but what was truly important was the application. For example, if two high gods both fused the same 3 types of profound mysteries, without taking into account special races, then the difference in attack power between the two might be as much as 10 times. The only difference would be the application. For example, Gem's Amethyst Space, even though it only fused the throbbing pulse of the Earth in gravitational space, with some special applications, it could completely allow the fusion of 2 types of profound mysteries to reach the level of 4 types of profound mysteries. I wonder what my innate unique skill is. Zhou Tong carried a hint of anticipation as he carefully studied the energy circulation method in his soul. Almost subconsciously, he began to simulate this circulation method with the battle chi in his hands. Following his simulation, Zhou Tong discovered that the circulation of battle chi in his body also underwent some changes. With a thought, he immediately activated the battle chi in his body and began to circulate it in a completely new way. Rumble! In that instant, surging power surged like a tide. That golden battle chi surged within his body like lava. His body was almost torn apart by this power. Zhou Tong almost subconsciously roared out. But soon he stopped, once again guiding his battle chi into the previous circulation method. Immediately, that tearing pain disappeared. At the same time, Zhou Tong also began to use the life force of the profound mysteries of the Earth to heal his body. My meridians are torn apart, and my internal organs are also injured. This circulation method can't be used on the physical body. Zhou Tong only had a bit of doubt, but he quickly rejected it. It was because by circulating it in this way, he really did feel an extremely terrifying power. I know, this circulation method is for the true heavenly horned ant to use. If the physical body is too weak, it doesn't have the qualifications to circulate this kind of power. Zhou Tong was also a bit speechless. His physical body was already far superior to that of the undying warriors, but it still wasn't at the level required to circulate it. Most likely, in the entire Yulon continent, aside from BB, only Barut has reached the level required to circulate this technique. Not even I can do it, unless my bloodline completely mutates and I become a true heavenly horned ant. Zhou Tong understood. But then, he felt a sense of pity. This was an innate, unique skill, but now there was no way for him to use it. In fact, he couldn't even attempt it. However, it doesn't matter. The day my bloodline completely mutates should be the day I become a deity-level expert. Zhou Tong could roughly estimate how long it would take for his bloodline to completely mutate. Right now, I need to focus on healing. Chapter 920. The golden battle chi was like water, nourishing Zhou Tong's entire body. Infused with the power of life, the battle chi quickly healed all of the wounds on Zhou Tong's body. In just half a day, Zhou Tong's wounds had completely healed. I'm standing at the peak once more. Zhou Tong rose to his feet, flying through the air. And then, in the blink of an eye, he flew back and stood there in midair. He didn't need to control his flight at all. It was as though he was flying by instinct. So this is the ability of a saint level to fly. Zhou Tong now understood. The saint level was a stage in which one could truly communicate with the heavens and the earth. Thus, only after reaching the saint level would one be able to fly. After reaching the saint level, it is time to find an opponent to test it out on. With a thought, Zhou Tong flew directly towards Mt. Blackraven. Linley was the most powerful person in the Baruch Kingdom. What opponent was more suitable than Linley? In addition, Zhou Tong wanted to test out how powerful Linley was. His body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the air above Mt. Blackraven. He landed on a large tree above Mt. Blackraven and stared at the nearby Linley, who was wielding a violet flexible sword. Zhou Tong didn't try to hide his arrival. Linley put away his sword and looked over warily. But when he recognized Zhou Tong, he was shocked. Khan, why is it you? You reached the saint level? What? That little brat Khan reached the saint level? As soon as Linley's words came out, an even more exaggerated voice rang out. The black rat Bibi also saw Zhou Tong on the tree. I just broke through to the saint level. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. Are you a saint-level warrior or a saint-level Grand Magus? Linley was very surprised. He knew long ago that Zhou Tong's spiritual energy had reached the 9th rank 4 years ago. At the same time, he also knew that Zhou Tong had reached the 7th rank as a warrior. According to common sense, a warrior's training speed should be faster. Moreover, at his age, he was still in the growth stage. A warrior's strength should have increased faster. That was why Linley asked this question. I broke through at the same time as a saint-level warrior and Grand Magus Saint, Zhou Tong replied. Breakthrough at the same time? Linley was shocked. Wow, a 10-year-old saint-level warrior and a 10-year-old saint-level Grand Magus? You've broken so many records in the Yulon continent. Bibi was shocked as well. No one knew the records of the warriors, but the records of the magicians were very clear. In the past tens of thousands of years, the youngest Grand Magus of the 9th rank had broken through to the 9th rank at the age of 32. But afterwards, Linley had broken through to 27. But now, with the appearance of Zhou Tong, this record was once again broken. Moreover, the extent of the break was simply unimaginable. The age at which he had reached the saint level was a new record for other magi of the 7th rank. In fact, even that record had been broken by a large margin. Khan, your name will definitely be engraved into the annals of the history of the continent. Despite his shock, Linley recovered. Laughing softly, he said, Only, why have you come looking for me today? Since I've broken through to the saint level, I naturally want to find an opponent to spar with. Would you be willing to give me a few pointers? Zhou Tong smiled as he looked at Linley. Haha, fine. Then let me test out the combat prowess of the youngest saint level in history. Linley laughed loudly as well. Taking off his long robe, he immediately transformed into his dragon blood warrior form. Soon, black draconic scales appeared all over Linley's body, and ferocious spikes began to emerge from his forehead, back, and elbows. At the same time, azurish black battle chi began to swirl around his body in a unique rhythm. Blood violet in hand, Linley looked at Zhou Tong. Come. Linley had already revealed his most powerful form, because his opponent was both a saint-level warrior and a saint-level Grand Magus Saint. Combining magic and battle chi, even though he had just reached the saint level, his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Get ready. This is a technique I developed based on my insights into the elemental laws of fire. Zhou Tong's entire body seemed to have teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared by Linley's side and punched out towards him. Not good. Too fast. Linley's heart trembled. In truth, as soon as he heard Zhou Tong say the words elemental laws of fire, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent. By the time Zhou Tong appeared in front of him, there was no time for him to dodge. At this distance, There was no way for him to swing his sword. All he could do was subconsciously clench his draconic claw into a fist, infusing it with azurish black battle chi, and punch out as well. Bang! In the instant that Linley's draconic claw fist made contact with Zhou Tong's fist, Linley instantly sensed a terrifying surge of power explode forth. It was as though a volcano had erupted, and an astonishing amount of power instantly exploded forth. Crunch! With a soft sound, Linley knew that the draconic scales on his left hand had been shattered, and that even his bones had most likely been shattered by this punch. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, a terrifying amount of power exploded forth, and Linley's entire body was smashed into the ground by Zhou Tong's punch. In fact, because his body had been smashed into the ground, the power of Zhou Tong's punch had been channeled into the ground, causing the ground to ripple like waves. Everywhere it passed, rocks were shattered. Boss! Bibi was shocked as well. He hadn't expected that Zhou Tong's punch would be so powerful. Bibi, I'm fine. Following Linley's voice, the ground once again exploded, and Linley's entire body shot out from the ground like an arrow. But now, Linley cut a much more sorry figure. The pulse guard defense on his body had been shattered by Zhou Tong's punch, and even the draconic scales all over his body had been shattered. Boss, are you all right? Bibi immediately flew to Linley's side and asked. Don't worry, I'm fine. Linley shook his head. To a saint-level expert, this was actually nothing more than a flesh wound. He could easily recover with a bit of battle chi. Immediately, Linley looked at Zhou Tong and said in astonishment, Khan, this is the profound mysteries of the elemental laws of fire that you have comprehended? What is this technique called? As he spoke, he had already begun to circulate his battle chi to heal the wounds on his body. Zhou Tong's punch had indeed caused Linley to suffer greatly. He would need at least half a day to fully recover. It is indeed the profound mysteries of the elemental laws of fire. This is a type of explosive force, just like a volcano erupting. In an instant, the Earth's accumulated power for countless years explodes outwards. Zhou Tong didn't hide anything. Why use this profound mystery? I can instantly explode with 10 times my attack power and speed. Just now, this combination of speed and power, I call it explosive kill. In truth, over the past few years, aside from comprehending the profound mysteries of strength and vitality in the laws of Earth, he had also comprehended the profound mysteries of explosion in the laws of fire. He had also comprehended the profound mysteries of ice in the laws of water. He had even gained quite a bit of insight into the laws of destruction. However, this wasn't the main reason why Zhou Tong had been able to defeat Linley with a single punch. The profound mysteries of the laws were very important, but even more important was Zhou Tong's foundation. The terrifying amount of power contained within his body was the most important factor. The heavenly horned ant bloodline had evolved to Zhou Tong's current level. His body had definitely reached the saint-level of power that the patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan had. It could be said that in the current Yulon continent, amongst those below the deity level, only the God-Eater rat Bibi's body could surpass his. Although the God-Eater rat's body was extremely powerful, unfortunately, they weren't a strength-based race. Thus, in terms of strength, if he didn't use the profound mysteries of the laws, even Bibi wasn't a match for the current Zhou Tong. And once he used the profound mysteries of the laws, Bibi was even less of a match for Zhou Tong. Chapter 9:21. Explosive Kill. Good, the fire elemental laws actually have such terrifying mysteries. I've never seen anything like this before. Linley was somewhat shocked. This sudden burst of power was indeed hard to defend against. With this instant kill technique, you're already at the peak of the saint level. Linley didn't know what to say. The youngest saint level in history definitely wasn't someone who had just reached the threshold of the saint level. He was already at the peak of the saint level. However, just as Linley was speaking, the ground suddenly blossomed with rays of light. A surge of life force emerged from the ground and then entered Linley's body. The injuries on his body immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Earth-type spell of the 9th rank, resuscitation. This was the only healing spell of the earth element, but to the vast majority of mages, this spell was of little value. Because it was an area of effect healing spell, although the overall healing effect was very large, when used on a single person, the healing effect was much smaller. Even if used on a single person, the effect wouldn't be that great, because most of the healing effect would be wasted. Moreover, the light element had always been the most powerful element in healing, so very few people used this spell. Even many earth elemental grand magi who were injured would find light elemental mages to heal, and wouldn't use this spell themselves. What a special feeling. Linley bathed in this life force, feeling as if he had returned to the embrace of Mother Earth. His entire body was filled with a kind of warm aura. Very quickly, Linley was healed, and the rays of light on the ground slowly dissipated. Kant, this resuscitation of yours, the effect is a little too strong. Linley was somewhat shocked. He was actually able to use an area of effect healing spell to heal a single person. He had used all the life force brought about by this resuscitation spell. This kind of control over magic really made Linley feel shocked. This feeling was similar to the first time he'd fought with a fire elemental Grand Magus Saint, and the shock he'd felt when he'd seen his opponent casually control a forbidden spell. The only difference was that it had been fire elemental magic, and now it had been earth elemental magic. Have you forgotten? I'm of the 3 elements, earth, fire, and water. Actually, the law I've comprehended the most is the law of earth, followed by the elemental law of fire. Jotong withdrew his spell, smiling slightly. The vitality of the earth. How did you comprehend it? Linley's eyes lit up. His strongest law was the law of earth. He also wanted to know what this vitality was all about. That brief moment of recovery was enough for Linley to sense that this surge of life force wasn't just healing his wounds. It was also nourishing his body, causing it to become even more powerful. This was definitely an excellent, profound meaning to aid in cultivation. He had a premonition that once he sensed this vitality, his recovery ability, endurance, and even defense would improve tremendously. Most importantly, he could greatly reduce the time it took for his human form to reach the saint level, thus greatly increasing his strength. I can't explain it clearly. If you release your mind, you should be able to sense the majestic vitality deep within the earth. Jotong did not know how to explain it to Linley. This was the cultivation method of this world. It was very difficult to explain it to others. Things like the laws are truly hard to explain. They are unfathomably vast. Linley nodded as well. However, the path you have taken in the laws of the earth is completely different from the path I have taken. Only, I wonder, how are you going to use this vitality in battle? I've gained insight into another path in the laws of the earth. If this vitality is to be used in battle, then it has to be combined with another path. Jotong's words instantly caused Linley's eyes to light up. Jotong continued, I know that your strongest weapon is the adamantine heavy sword. This is the weapon that made you famous. Why don't you take it out and give it a try? His voice was filled with eagerness. He really wanted to see for himself Linley's throbbing pulse of the world. This was one of the most powerful, offensive, profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. The laws of the earth had a total of 6 profound mysteries. The essence of the earth, world walking, strength, vitality, the throbbing pulse of the world, and gravitational space. Of the 6, gravitational space and the throbbing pulse of the world were high-level, profound mysteries. Strength and vitality were mid-level, profound mysteries. The essence of the earth and world walking were low-level, profound mysteries. Jotong had only gained insight into mid-level, profound mysteries. He wanted to experience high-level, profound mysteries. But Linley was somewhat hesitant. His profound truths of the earth were simply too dangerous. Perhaps he would be able to kill someone as soon as he attacked. In fact, even the undying warriors, who had the strongest defense, wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. He wouldn't use this sort of attack against his own people. It's fine. Just give it a try. Let me experience your most powerful attack. By the way, the other path I have gained insight into in the laws of the earth is a path I call strength. After fusing my strength and vitality, my defense is far beyond your imagination. Zhou Tong was very confident in his own defense. Although he had only gained insight into mid-level profound mysteries, after fusing them, his power was far greater than Linley's throbbing pulse of the world. In particular, the profound mysteries of vitality allowed his body to be nourished by the life force of the earth for a long period of time. His body's defense was far superior to others. Seeing how confident Zhou Tong was, Linley nodded as well. My current level of understanding of the profound truths of the earth is 192 levels. If I were to use it at full power, it would be too dangerous. Let's try out the 100th level first. Linley secretly made his decision, and then with a flip of his hand, the adamantine heavy sword appeared in his hand. Khan, be careful. As he spoke, Linley charged towards Zhou Tong, his terrifying speed instantly causing the air to explode. However, Zhou Tong just stood there, seemingly casually striking out with his palm. Instantly, rumble! The power was unparalleled. Space itself was in a state of chaos as waves of power rolled out. At the same time, Linley's adamantine heavy sword gently stabbed out. However, as the adamantine heavy sword drew close to Zhou Tong's palm strike, Linley's face instantly changed. He felt as though one terrifying hammer after another was smashing against his adamantine heavy sword. What shocked Linley even more was that the vibrational wave from his sword were actually being dispersed by the continuous barrage of attacks. The attack was no longer able to condense, and before it could even be unleashed, it dissipated. Bang! The shockwaves from the palm continued to advance. Linley felt as though he had been struck by a meteor. His entire body trembled slightly, and then he was immediately knocked flying backwards, his body embedded into the nearby mountain wall. Crunch! Linley's body trembled, and he immediately flew out from the mountain wall. This time he was truly shocked. Ever since he had gained insight into the profound truths of the earth, no one had ever been able to withstand it. But today, it had been broken, right? It hadn't been broken. It had been broken. It was as though his opponent's laws of the earth were the bane of his existence. The vibrational waves from the profound truths of the earth couldn't be transmitted out at all. There was no way for him to attack. This was simply destroying his greatest killing move from its foundation. How could Linley not be shocked? Chapter 922. This technique of yours. Linley's eyes were wide open. The more he thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. His profound truths of the earth had actually met its bane. This technique of yours is a bit similar to my profound truths of the earth, but it's completely different. It doesn't have the profound vibrations of my profound truths of the earth, but it sends out one wave after another. This, Linley very humbly asked Zhou Tong for guidance. Didn't I tell you earlier? I've gained insights into two paths of understanding regarding the laws of the earth. The first path was the life force, which I used to heal your wounds. The other path was the profound truths known as strength. Zhou Tong laughed. I fused these two profound truths into one, which is why I was able to produce this sort of unending, never-ending attack. This sort of life force can be added to an attack. Unending? Never-ending? Linley's eyes instantly lit up. If this sort of profound truth were to fuse with his profound truths of the earth, what would that be like? With a single strike, the 100+ vibrations wouldn't weaken at all. In fact, before the first wave had even subsided, another wave would rise up. At that time, who would be able to withstand this attack? Khan, come again. I want to experience this feeling again. Linley was rather excited. He had found another way to increase his own power. All right. Zhou Tong nodded as well. Hadn't he come here to see Linley's throbbing pulse of the world? Earlier, Linley's attack had been instantly shattered by him, and he hadn't been able to see anything special. Now, that Linley wanted to continue. That was exactly what Zhou Tong wanted. Careful, Linley calmed himself down. This time, he no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Instead, he immediately unleashed his most powerful attack, the 192 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world. A ripple of vibrations emanated from the adamantine heavy sword, and this pitch-black, divine sword gently stabbed out. Even more powerful. So Linley really wasn't using his full power earlier. Zhou Tong also punched out, his fist covered with a faint layer of golden light, making it seem indestructible. He punched out, and when the fist shadows passed by, the void seemed to be constantly collapsing as terrifying ripples spread out in layers. The fist, covered with golden light, clashed against Linley's adamantine heavy sword. In that instant, clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. When Zhou Tong's fist and Linley's sword collided, it actually produced such a sound. This caused BB, who was watching the battle from the side, to raise his eyebrows. Boom! But in the next instant, Linley was sent flying once more. His entire body had been smashed deep in an empty black raven by Zhou Tong's fist, leaving behind a terrifying crater. Then, accompanied by a cracking sound, countless mountain rocks cracked, and huge rocks rolled down. Boom! Linley's body moved and flew out of the huge pit. His body was covered in blood, and many of his dragon scales were broken. But on the other side, Zhou Tong let out a surprise cry as well. In that instant, his attack hadn't been able to completely cancel out Linley's shockwave. A small portion of it had still been transmitted into his own body. This small portion of the shockwave naturally wasn't able to harm Zhou Tong in the slightest. In fact, it felt as comfortable as a massage. You're fine. Linley circulated his battle chi, recovering as he asked. I wasn't able to block a portion of it, but the remaining portion wasn't able to harm me. Zhou Tong shook his head. Linley's eyes twitched. This was his most powerful attack, but it hadn't been able to harm his opponent at all. Linley didn't even know what to say. However, I've already begun to understand some of the mysteries of your profound truths of the earth. Again, Zhou Tong was somewhat excited. He carefully thought back to that shockwave from before, then once more punched out. But this time, he held back a bit and didn't use all of his power. Good. Linley also wanted to understand the endless rhythm of Zhou Tong's punch. He once more brandished his sword and began to battle with Zhou Tong. Boom, 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 boom. Both of them wanted to understand the true nature of the profound truths that the other had comprehended. Thus, when they exchanged blows, they didn't try to dodge at all. They met force with force, and for a moment, the entire Mount Blackraven was filled with explosions. With Zhou Tong intentionally holding back, Linley was finally able to fight evenly with Zhou Tong. And on the other side, Zhou Tong was using his own body to endure the shockwaves of the profound truths of the earth. Buzz! Wave after wave of shockwaves constantly shook his organs, bones, and muscles. This was an extremely unique feeling. Zhou Tong could vaguely sense a strange ripple in his heart, and a unique mystery welled up in his mind. This was the throbbing pulse of the earth. As he battled with Linley, he gradually began to understand the profound truths of the throbbing pulse of the earth. At the same time, these shockwaves caused the golden halo within Zhou Tong's body to tremble as well. He used the profound truths of vitality to calm these tremors, but in an instant, he realized that these two profound truths shared some similarities. This is the connection between the throbbing pulse of the earth and the profound truths of vitality. Zhou Tong was rather stunned. He hadn't expected that during this battle, he would gain a basic understanding of the throbbing pulse of the earth, and even find the connection between it and the profound truths of vitality. The more they battled, the deeper his understanding of the throbbing pulse of the earth became, and the more he understood how the throbbing pulse of the earth and the profound truths of vitality should be fused together. The throbbing pulse of the earth and the profound truths of vitality were actually very compatible, because the throbbing pulse of the earth came one after another, while the profound truths of vitality were endless and endless. Once they were fused together, their power would reach a pinnacle. So that's how it is. So this is the throbbing pulse of the earth. This is the fusion of the throbbing pulse of the earth and the profound truths of vitality. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a hint of joy in his heart, and the corners of his lips curved upwards. This Khan is laughing. Both Linley and Bibi, who were fighting with Zhou Tong, were rather flabbergasted. As they fought, their opponent was actually laughing. What was going on? Khan, what are you doing? Linley couldn't help but stop and ask. Haha, try and take a punch from me. Zhou Tong laughed and punched out. This punch was completely different from the one before. It didn't have the slightest hint of strength. Instead, it felt as light as a feather. When this punch landed on Linley's sword, a shockwave instantly spread into Linley's body. In that moment, Linley was stunned. This punch was clearly his own profound truths of the earth. Although it was only the most basic level of the triple oscillations, there was no question that this was something he had comprehended. You actually comprehended it. Linley was stunned. Not just that. Try and take another punch. Zhou Tong smiled and punched out once more. It was still the triple oscillations, but Linley could already sense that his opponent's pulse was different from his own. His opponent's pulse was much longer, and there was almost no wear and tear in the transmission process. This you fused the profound truths of vitality you comprehended into your throbbing pulse. Linley was shocked. This was a move he had wanted to learn, but his opponent had actually used it ahead of time. Chapter 923. Admirable. Linley was a bit jealous. Just what kind of heaven-defying comprehension ability was this? He believed that his own talent was already at the peak of the continent, but in front of this 10-year-old child, he felt a bit clumsy, as if he was an idiot. After fighting for so long, he couldn't tell what that earth life force was at all, but he immediately learned his own profound truths of the earth, and even combined it with his own life force, forming such a unique attack. To be so innately extraordinary, and to be able to learn and master at once, this type of ability was a bit too terrifying. Linley naturally didn't understand Zhou Tong's uniqueness. The reason why he was able to comprehend these profound mysteries so easily was because he had already comprehended them once before. Now, he was just rewriting them from a different perspective. If the laws of the great Tao that Zhou Tong had comprehended in the shrouding the heavens world, the world of longevity, and the world of Sun God could be compared to a first-person novel, then now he was just rewriting it on the basis of this book, from the first person to the third person. Of course, he might make some changes in the middle, but the difficulty was on a completely different level. However, if you keep fighting with your fists like this, you'll still be at a disadvantage. With your current strength, don't you want to consider switching weapons? Linley suddenly asked. My fists aren't inferior to ordinary weapons. If I really want a weapon, I'll have to at least be an adamantine heavy sword. Ordinary weapons aren't even as good as my fists. Zhou Tong felt a bit regretful. In this world, it really was hard to find a suitable weapon. The heavenly horned ant didn't have any other requirements for the weapon he used. Only one word. Heavy. The heavenly horned ant of the immortal ancient era used the origin source cauldron, the number 1 heavy artifact of the immortal ancient era. Later on, the heavenly horned ant of the chaotic era used the immortal gold staff forged by celestial Emperor Huang, engraved with some half-immortal emperor-level runes, similarly possessing boundless divine might. Given Zhou Tong's current strength, if he wanted a weapon with a suitable weight, then it had to be a heavy artifact, at least 500,000 gene, or even 1,000,000 gene heavy artifact. How could the Yulan continent have such a material? If one were to consider the possibility of becoming a god in the future, then no matter what kind of weapon it was, there was a possibility that it would become obsolete. This was because the stronger one was, the more powerful the weapon would be. Unless it's a sovereign artifact, but how many sovereign artifacts are as precious as that? Zhou Tong was rather speechless. It was hard for him to find a weapon that he could use in this world. Let's not talk about it anymore. I've benefited a lot from this exchange of pointers. I'll go back and meditate on it. I'll come and exchange pointers with you again when I have time, Zhou Tong said with a smile. Then, he turned around and left. Boss, you're in such a sorry state this time. After Zhou Tong left, Bibi jumped out and said, half-jokingly, if you let me do it, how could that little brat Khan be so proud? This time, he only displayed the laws of earth and the elemental laws of fire. Don't forget, he still has another element. Although the laws of water are inferior to the laws of earth and the elemental laws of fire in terms of attack, it is not weak in terms of defense. Linley also laughed. And even if he only displayed the laws of earth, Bibi, are you sure you can beat him? Bibi stared blankly. Thinking about it carefully, he really did not have the possibility of beating Zhou Tong. Bibi quibbled, he's not as fast as me. Even that burst of his could only surpass me in an instant, but it would slow down very quickly. It's very unstable. But as he spoke, Bibi's voice became softer and softer. He also knew that in terms of attack, defense, and so on, he was definitely not as good as Zhou Tong. I don't know what kind of monster that Khan is. He's actually so strong. Bibi wrinkled his nose, somewhat speechless. Boss, why do I feel that Khan is a bit like Barker and the other Undying Warriors, but he's a bit stronger than them? It really is very strange. I feel that his body is even stronger than Barker's after he transformed into an Undying Warrior. Logically speaking, an ordinary human like him shouldn't be able to have such a body. And he's only 10 years old. He's still growing. Just how strong is his body? Linley also felt that this was rather strange. This sort of body shouldn't be something that ordinary people could achieve. Even the Supreme Warriors, who were blessed by the heavens, couldn't compare to him in this aspect. It was simply bizarre. But forget it. The stronger Khan is the better. He has a blood feud with the Radiant Church. When the time comes, the Radiant Church. As soon as he mentioned the Radiant Church, Linley's voice became much deeper and more sinister. A murderous intent began to ripple in his heart, ready to explode at any moment. At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Tong, after leaving Linley's place, immediately returned to his own residence. He sat in the meditative position in his little courtyard, his eyes closed as he quietly meditated on the laws of earth. This exchange of pointers with Linley had indeed benefited him greatly. He had already gained a basic understanding of the throbbing pulse of the world, and had even found a way to fuse it with the vitality laws. These two profound mysteries could be fused together while training in them. The limit of the throbbing pulse of the world is 256 waves. The best way to fuse them is to fuse the profound mysteries of vitality into each of the 256 waves. In addition, my profound mysteries of vitality were fused together with the profound mysteries of strength from the very beginning. During this process, it is very likely that I will be able to fuse all three profound mysteries together, Zhou Tong said to himself. At the same time, he began to quickly analyze. In the past 3 years, he had gained many insights into the profound mysteries of vitality, far more than he had gained a basic understanding of the throbbing pulse of the world. But to fuse all of these insights into the throbbing pulse of the world wasn't a simple matter, especially since Zhou Tong's profound mysteries of vitality had long ago fused with the profound mysteries of strength. Under these circumstances, if he wanted to fuse the profound mysteries of vitality with the throbbing pulse of the world, then he would have to first separate the profound mysteries of vitality from the fused profound mysteries. Without question, this would make it much harder to gain insights. Thus, during the process of fusing, Zhou Tong directly fused the profound mysteries of vitality and strength into the throbbing pulse of the world. Although the profound mysteries of strength and the throbbing pulse of the world didn't have any points of convergence, with the profound mysteries of vitality serving as a bridge, it was naturally much simpler. By the second year, he had completely fused the profound mysteries of strength with the throbbing pulse of the world. By the third year, the throbbing pulse of the world, the profound mysteries of vitality, and the profound mysteries of strength had completely fused. Afterwards, These three profound mysteries were treated as a single profound mystery to fuse, cultivate, and comprehend. And in the following period of time, aside from occasionally meditating on the laws of fire, water, and destruction, Zhou Tong spent the majority of his time meditating on the fusion of these three profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. This was because Zhou Tong knew very well that in order to develop in an all-round way, the best choice was to first become a deity by himself. He was just one person, and his energy was limited. If he studied too many profound mysteries, his training speed would inevitably drop. But if he became a deity, he would have an extra divine clone. By then, he would have two people. Most importantly, after becoming a deity, the natural laws would descend and cause the soul to sublimate. And after the soul became stronger, the speed at which one could deduce the profound mysteries of the laws would increase explosively. Thus, Zhou Tong first wanted to become a deity through the laws of the earth. He wanted to train in a divine clone of the laws of the earth, then use his original body to study the laws of water, fire, and destruction. This was the most efficient way of training. In particular, now that he had fused the profound mysteries of the laws, he no longer had any bottlenecks to become a deity. His only bottleneck was the God bottleneck. Chapter 924. Within the mountains behind the Baruch Institute of Magic and Force, Zhou Tong was still quietly seated in the meditative position. I've completely fused three profound mysteries. In the future, I'll be able to use the throbbing pulse of the world to determine my future training progress. Right now, I've fused the 32 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world. After completely fusing three profound mysteries and reaching the 32 waves, a hint of joy appeared on Zhou Tong's face. This was because he could already see the limits of the deity level. If his guess was correct, all he needed to do was fuse the throbbing pulse of the world to the 128 waves, and he would become a deity. There were two paths to becoming a deity in the coiling dragon world. The first was to independently comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws and become a deity. The second was to find a divine spark left behind by a fallen deity and fuse with it. There were also two paths to independently become a deity. The first was to completely comprehend a complete, profound mystery of the laws and become a deity. The second was to fuse profound mysteries of the laws and become a deity. This was the rarest path. Zhou Tong was currently on the second path, to fuse profound mysteries of the laws and become a deity. If he fused two profound mysteries of the laws, then he would only need to comprehend a third of each profound mystery. After fusing them, he would immediately become a deity. But if he fused three profound mysteries of the laws, then he would only need to comprehend a tenth of each profound mystery. Therefore, Zhou Tong speculated that as long as he could derive the 128 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world, he would be able to directly become a deity. As for the higher 256 waves, or even the future unification of the throbbing pulse of the world, this was something that the divine level needed to cultivate. The power of my 32 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world, which has fused the profound mysteries of strength and vitality, definitely won't be any weaker than the 16 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world after fusing them into one. Zhou Tong secretly said to himself, the throbbing pulse of the world was a very special type of profound mystery. When one first began to comprehend this profound mystery, one layer after another of the throbbing pulse of the world would be stacked together, with the maximum number of layers being 256. Thus, a single strike would be able to unleash 256 different vibrational waves that contain the profound mysteries of the earth. But starting from 256, the vibrational waves would gradually fuse into one, and in the end, the 256 vibrational waves would be completely absorbed into a single wave. Using one layer of ripple to contain the contents of 256 layers of ripple. Zhou Tong's 32 layered pulses of the earth hadn't been fused, but because he had fused the profound mysteries of strength and the profound mysteries of vitality. The power of the 32 layered pulses of the earth was comparable to the power of the 16 layered pulses of unity. It took me 5 years to deduce the 32nd level. Although some other time was included, I might still need another 10 years before I can truly become a god. Zhou Tong said quietly to himself. In other words, if I'm not wrong, I might become a deity during the opening of the necropolis of the gods. It's time to ask for a spot in the necropolis of the gods. Zhou Tong paused for a moment, then soared into the skies, flying directly towards the O'Brien Empire. There was a limited number of places in the graveyard of the gods. The strong would go up, and the weak would go down. The war god had a total of 22 slots, 10 of which were reserved for his own disciples, and 12 of which were reserved for those so-called Saint Realm experts who had sided with him. Zhou Tong was currently going to ask the war god for a spot. The O'Brien Empire wasn't too far from the Baruch Kingdom. Even given Zhou Tong's speed, it took him half a day to arrive. The War God's College was located atop War God Mountain. The largest peak of War God Mountain had been flattened by the War God's sword, and many buildings had been constructed atop it. This was the residence of the honorary disciples of the War God's College. Generally speaking, the War God's 3 disciples, Kenyon, Castro, and Lank, each of whom took turns in managing this place. The War God and his most powerful disciples were always training, and so it could be said that the War God's College was under the control of these 3. Here, the mountain winds howled, and many honorary disciples were training here. One enormous boulder after another, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, was casually sent flying by these honorary disciples with a single kick or a single slap, as though they were playing a game of basketball. They used their strength in an extremely ingenious manner, and the way they used their battle chi was also extremely exquisite, ensuring that the boulder wouldn't shatter halfway through its flight. Rumble! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly shot through the skies like a meteor, suddenly appearing in the air above the training plaza where the War God's College disciples were training. Who is it? The person currently in charge of the War God's College was Castro. He flew into the air, flying directly towards this figure. A youth. Castro, after clearly seeing this person's appearance, was instantly shocked. This was definitely a youth. He wasn't very old, and it was even possible to tell that he was still in the process of growth. But this person was actually standing in the air. Standing in the air? How can there be such a young saint? Castro felt that this was rather absurd. This youth, who was in his teens, was actually a saint? I imagine you must be the War God's disciple. My name is Khan. Zhou Tong smiled as he stated his name. Castro stated his name. In front of a saint, even Castro, as the disciple of the War God, didn't dare to be too rude. Khan, why have you come to our War God's College? Castro continued to ask. I heard that the War God's College has gathered the most powerful warriors of the O'Brien Empire. I wanted to see for myself. Zhou Tong's voice was very calm, but Castro could sense a deep sense of confidence from these words. It has been a long time since a challenger has appeared in our War God's College. Since you are so confident, then you must first pass through me. As Castro spoke, he drew his longsword. All disciples below the saint level, step aside. Castro swept the crowd with his gaze, then called out loudly. As soon as his words came out, the previously noisy plaza instantly became empty. The disciples all retreated to the edges, eagerly staring at the two in midair. Even at the War God's College, battles between saints weren't something that could be seen every day. Everyone was looking forward to it. For such a young saint to reach the saint level is probably unprecedented. However, I'm going to teach you how saints fight. Castro had a hint of a smile on his face. As he saw it, Zhou Tong, who had reached the saint level at such a young age, definitely didn't know how saints truly fought. Are you ready? Zhou Tong didn't say anything. He just laughed and asked if he was ready. You? Castro frowned. This sort of attitude was too ungrateful. If you're ready, then let's end this. As soon as Zhou Tong's words came out, he seemed to have teleported appearing next to Castro. Grabbing him by the shoulders, he slammed him into the ground. Rumble! With a loud bang, Castro's entire body was smashed heavily into the ground, creating a huge crater. What just happened? Senior apprentice brother Castro is Master's 22nd personal disciple. How could he lose so easily? The spectating disciples only saw a blur before their eyes as their senior apprentice brother smashed down from the sky. Rumble! Castro quickly flew out of the crater. Staring at Zhou Tong, he had an ugly look on his face. To be defeated in front of so many disciples, this sort of feeling was simply too unbearable. But he also knew that Zhou Tong had shown mercy. In that instant, if Linley hadn't grabbed him by the shoulders and slammed him into the ground, and had instead punched him in the head, he would have died instantly. So fast, so powerful. I'm no match for you, Castro said. Come with me. Senior apprentice brother invites you. Castro was silent for a moment, then continued. Senior apprentice brother? Zhou Tong was rather surprised as well. Could it be that the war god's senior apprentice brother, Fane, had seen this battle? This battle had started and ended in an instant, but Fane had actually seen it? His luck was too good. Right. Senior apprentice brother invites you. Come with me. As Castro spoke, he flew in front of Linley. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.